All right, welcome everybody. This is May 5th. The first thing we do is rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. I will say the Pledge of Allegiance, but I would ask other board members just to listen or say it to yourself like we did last time. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, and justice for all.
Something like that.
All right, here we go. All right, the board did meet in closed session this evening, and I will have Trustee Aguila read out the closed session items.
Okay. We discussed in closed session pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 insurance claim number 584176 on the motion made by Trustee Millerick first, second by Trustee Cooper, and the board approved to deny the claim. And then the second item was we discussed in closed session pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, conference with legal counsel, pending litigation, Coalition to Save San Marin versus Novato Unified School District, Marin County Superior Court, case number CIV 1702295, and we gave direction.
All right, thank you. Moving on to our agenda this evening, the agenda stands as is. So I need a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll move to approve it. Greg here.
All right, so we have a first by Trustee Mack. Second by Trustee Nell. Trustee Nell, is you're muted, so. All right, all those in favor to approve the agenda, you just raise your hand, that would be great. I see 7, yep, 7-0. Thank you. Moving on to public comment on a consent agenda. We received no public comment on a consent agenda. Would any trustee like to pull anything on D. Millerick?
I would like to pull item 14E for discussion.
Okay, we'll move that to discussion. Anybody else?
Nothing.
Seeing none, we can go ahead and move on the consent.
I will move the adoption of the consent agenda without item E.
E for echo.
E for echo.
Thank you. We have a first by Trustee Nell. Second, okay, by Trustee Gasson. All those in favor approving the consent excluding item 14E? Great, thank you. 7-0.
Madam President, can we take 14E now? I just want to make some comments.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So 14E is the continuing development of the network on the 2 high school campuses. And we have a bid in front of us for $518,000. This is the second phase. The initial project was budgeted for almost $4 million, $3,861,000. That a year ago was brought forward. Yancey looked at it and said, we need a little more engineering on this. And he took it back and had the group spend a year sharpening the pencil and doing value engineering. That took out about $2 million of the $4 million because they were more focused on what needed to happen. And then conveniently, because of the health situation around here in terms of campuses being closed and technical companies being out of work, the work is easier to do with the kids not on campus, and people are looking for work. And between the two, we dropped from $2 million to $500,000 for this part of the work. We allowed the same company did phase 1 and allowed them to become familiar with the Novato and San Marin campus. And so their bids were lower because they knew exactly what they're getting into. So the 2-phase strategy also worked for getting us a value. So what was supposed to be almost $4 million worth of effort, we're going to end up completing for $700,000, to the credit of Yancey in terms of leadership and Tim Rocco in terms of technical leadership. And I wanted to call them out for what they've done for us in terms of making our dollars stretch. And with that, I would move 14E.
Great. Thank you for pulling that and expressing that. That's great news. So we have a first by trustee Millerick,
I'll second.
a second by trustee Mack. All those in favor to approve, this is 14E.
Yes,
Okay, 7-0.
with
Great.
gratitude.
Thank you. So that'll move along. And we will move into announcements. And I see Eva's joined us as well. Hi. So we have two of our student board members. So we'll start with our student board members with announcements. Elizabeth, we'll start with you.
All right. There's not too much to report today. I mean, we've been inside for a lot, but it was really
Elizabeth,
nice.
could you hold on one
I
second,
got
Elizabeth?
together with some Samarin admin a few days ago, and we were in front of the school.
Elizabeth, could you hold on one second? A Zoom trick that I learned today is that sometimes when you're making this announcement, if you turn off your camera, that might help with the bandwidth issue and we'll be able to hear you. So you might want to try that and give it one more go.
Are you still there, Elizabeth?
Here we go.
Okay.
So, one thing that we ended up doing over, this quarantine period is some of the Samarin. I'm here. Can you hear me?
So it's a little broken up, but it's a little better too.
Some of the Samarin admin got together to sell signs in solidarity for all of the seniors in Novato. And we're still selling them for $15. So that was nice. It was run by Miss Mourinho at the front office. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's all I have to report today. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
A little choppy right now.
That's okay.
That's all
We're doing
right.
the best we can.
Yeah, it happens. Okay, Eva.
Are you guys still there?
There you are.
Eva, we can't
Yeah,
hear
Eva,
you.
I can't
I'm
hear you.
sorry if you can't hear me. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's breaking up.
The downside of technology
Yeah,
sometimes.
it happens. We can move on and see if she's able to. Trustee Miller, do you have any announcement? Oh, there she is. Still can't hear her. Oh, Trustee Miller, do you have any announcements?
I have no announcements for this evening other than
Okay.
the one I'd already discussed.
And then I'll come back to Eva. Trustee Nell, do you have any announcements?
You're
No
muted.
announcements, no.
Okay, Trustee Gasson?
Yeah, I have a couple of quick things. The first thing is I participated in Pleasant Valley's Principal Coffee. And the reason I mention this is that it was great that they brought in Kim Darcy regarding digital wellness support. It was really a good conversation because all of us that are trying to keep our kids up to speed with all of the their educational needs, obviously it's on the computer and our kids are kind of pressing the limits and, flipping into Pinterest or YouTube videos and stuff like that. So it was actually a really good presentation that was given and has been sent out in the community. So I found it really helpful. I also participated in the North Marin Council PTA Zoom call on Friday, and I wanted to say thank you to Superintendent Koska and Leslie Benjamin for coming in and giving an update. It was a really good meeting. We're all going through a lot of different things, and so I appreciate being there to hear of exactly what's going on. I also participated with Trustee Butler on a WebEx that was done through the CSBA, and I'll let President Butler share anything she wants to, but I just wanted to say, I actually didn't say what it's about. It was called the Open Board Meetings in a World of School Closures. And I was pleased to see that most of the recommendations and suggestions that they had for holding meetings and making sure the public was still involved were all being done currently through our district. So I think that we are doing a really good job and ahead of most other locations, particularly given that we actually do already televise our meetings, which is not typical in a lot of other school districts. And the last thing I attended was last night. It was a Parents Helping Parents event, a conversation with Kristen Wright, who's the director of special ed for the California Department of Education. And it was essentially some of the SELPAs throwing questions at her in response to how to provide services to our kids with special needs and what they are doing to meet those challenges. So I found it very helpful to hear actual parent experiences and to learn about what they are doing to step up and help support all of our kids at the district level. So that was it.
Great, thank you. Trustee Mack?
No analysis, thank you.
Okay, and Trustee Cooper?
Nothing tonight.
Trustee Aguila?
Nothing tonight.
Okay, I just have one quick one. I was able to do Model the Way Awards. We were able to honor 8 individuals, employees in our district, and it was just a great. I always say this. I love doing it. It brings me back to why I do this job and the great people we have working in this district. And you heard about the great work they're still continuing to do as we do distance learning and classified staff and certificated staff. Today is Teacher Appreciation Day nationally, and so make sure if you haven't thanked a teacher, make sure you do that. If it's not today, this week at some point. Normally our teachers are showered with many things from our PTA. They really step up and provide that love to our teachers this week, and I know that's probably being missed in a way, but know that we still appreciate everything that you do each and every day, and especially during this time of the distance learning. So and I did do the webinar in regards to board meetings, and I have nothing further to add. It was just a check-in for me, and just to say, hey, we're doing a good job providing our board meetings via over the internet and doing the Zoom. We seem to be checking the boxes, so I felt really good about that. Eva, did you want to try to see if you can do your comments, hopefully? It's still hard to hear you. We can't hear you at all. Yeah, we still can't hear you.
Eva, we may want to have you try the microphone test. There's at the bottom bar, there's a way for you to test your microphone. If you fiddle around with some of the options down there, maybe you can. Oh, we got something in the chat. Maybe that's about that. Okay, you'll send us an email with the announcements. That'd be great.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you, Eva.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll move on to Chris. Sorry, I always forget. Superintendent Casca, your announcements. Sorry.
Yeah, I know we have some important topics that I want to spend most of the time on tonight. So I'll just say a couple of things. When we made the shift to digital learning around March 13th, we had somewhere between 150 and 200 families that could not access the internet. We've worked closely with a lot of partners, and we've narrowed that gap, got it down to 150, got it down to 120, got it down very close to 100 by working with our internet providers, which we very much appreciate them allowing our families that need it to get free access. And then just today, we're launching the last 100 families are going to be receiving hotspots through a partnership between Novato Unified School District and Marin County Public Libraries and Marin Promise. We've all come together to arrange for these 100 hotspots to be checked out through the library to our families. They'll all be filtered so that we make sure we're protecting kids from inappropriate content. And this service will be available to them for a year. And it's just a really great opportunity to celebrate Novato Unified School District successes, and also an acknowledgement that we can't do this work alone. And so we're appreciative of the support of Marin Promise and the Marin County Public Library for helping to make this happen. We're one of the very few districts that I'm aware of that have closed this virtual gap and made sure that all the kids that are learning virtually will have access. And again, we could not have done any of this without Measure G and the one-to-one Chromebooks that we did through Measure G for grades 3 through 12. So thank you to our supportive community here in Novato that helped us to pass Measure G. And then finally, starting tomorrow, Novato Unified School District will not only be serving lunches, but will also be serving breakfasts. So a family will come in at lunchtime, they can pick up a breakfast for the next day, and starting tomorrow, they'll be able to pick up a dinner. So we'll actually be providing 3 meals a day to families in need. And just, I can't thank the partnership enough between the district and our Classified School Employees Association that helped us to make this happen. It's just really wonderful that we'll be able to provide this service to our families. And that's all I have for today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Moving on to our non-agenda public comment. And just to remind the public, the board, non-agenda public comment, we cannot provide any comment back. We're here to listen to what was submitted, and we did receive some comments, and Ellen Christian Denton, who is Chris's executive assistant, will be reading along with Chris. They'll kind of swap back and forth depending on the number of comments that we received. So I will turn it over to Ellen.
So actually, I'm going to step in really fast before I turn it over to Ellen. She'll be reading all of the non-agenda public comments. We'll be sharing time when it gets to the grading because there are so many comments, so we want to make sure we get as many of them heard as possible. But for this one, for all of the comments that we're reading, it's important to note that the views that we express aren't ours. They're representative of the community member who submitted the comment. We will do our best to read them without emotion. We'll read them fairly flatly because we don't know exactly what emotion the authors wanted us to demonstrate. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ellen.
Thank you. The first public comment we have, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
The first public comment we have is actually a late addition from the April 21st meeting, and we let the respondent know that we would read it tonight. Hello, my name is Sarah Copio. I have been working for a week trying to rescind my leave of absence and was told that it had already been approved by the board. I do not wish for my request of leave of absence to be approved. Due to COVID-19, I am asking the board to rescind my leave of absence or deny its approval. Thank you for your time. Best wishes, Sarah Cofio. Also, apologies on any names that I mispronounce. So now the rest of these are for tonight's meeting. This is from Yasmin Rezashad. Why is NUSD not paying their employees hazard pay when other districts in Marin that are serving food are paying workers hazard pay? The next one is from Alexa Villagomez. Out of the 15 districts in Marin, NUSD and Sausalito Marin City are the only districts continuing food service without paying their food staff hazard pay. SB 117 was just passed by Governor Newsom in March, allocating more funds to schools during this time. How is it that 9 other districts were able to pay their essential staff some form of hazard pay and 3 others shut sites completely but still pay their employees? Why is PPE not readily available at each school site? Why did it take an employee complaint to enforce social distancing rules when the shelter in place started? The next one is from Tatiana Villagomez. Why is NUSD one of the only districts not paying their essential staff hazard pay after getting funds from SB 177? Where were the funds from SB 117 allocated? Why is PPE not accessible at every school site that is currently open for food service? And the final one is from Jacqueline Molina. Why is NUSD one of the only districts not paying their essential staff hazard pay after getting funds from SB 117? Why is PPE not accessible at every school site that is currently open for food service?
All right, that completes our non-agenda public comment. Chris, could you just provide some feedback on the PPE comment and that our food service and our employees have the masks and the equipment they need.
Yeah, we've been working closely with our partners in labor, with Classified School Employees Association, to make sure that every one of our workers is working in a safe environment. They have the personal protective equipment that they need, and that we're following appropriate social distancing guidance. We will acknowledge that at the beginning, when we were preparing food at the very, very beginning of this shelter in place, we did have some issues with social distancing. Those were brought to our attention, and we did make corrections to make sure people are working safely.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
All right, moving on. That was the conclusion of our non-agenda public comment. And for board members, trustees, you will receive all the public comment received this evening, whether it was on the agenda or not on the agenda. We will receive that this evening. Ellen will be sending those all to everybody. Moving on to our staff report. We're a little bit ahead of schedule here. This is the Healthy Novato Initiative update. We have Katie Von Heusen, and I see her there. She's going to pop up here in a minute. There she is.
Magical.
Good evening. And you'd think I'd be better at this by now.
I see your slide deck. Thanks.
All right. So this is, I understand what is to be a yearly update on the progress made by the Healthy Novato Initiative for the 2019-2020 school year to date. So if you all know me by now, and you guys do, I usually like to have some kind of format for this. And I thought I would start with the idea of a story. When you're a fourth grade teacher, you teach, or a third or fourth grade teacher, back in the old days, you taught stories had beginnings, middles, and ends. And one of our mantras this year with Healthy Novato is we need to tell our story better. If you notice, we now have a logo for Healthy Novato. And if you notice underneath the logo, you can see the logo of each of the partners of Healthy Novato is figured prominently. So in telling our story, we really wanted to tell a story about the collaboration of these three entities coming together in service of our students and our community. The picture over at the right, Healthy Novato had a table at Halloween Scream on the Green. So we were able to disseminate more information to the public about the how-tos and wherefores of what makes up Healthy Novato. If you don't remember, Healthy Novato, this is a decade's worth of service to Novato Unified and the city of Novato. And we want to make sure that we give our thanks to the Peter E. Haas Jr. Family Fund, who has funded this work for years and years and years and years. Moving on. So again, telling our story. In the beginning, what my goal was to start building unity among the partnership. And we started with a retreat in, I believe, October. And you see a picture there from the retreat on the right-hand side. I had individual partners first together in groups map out the work that they do that's funded under the Healthy Novato Initiative. We then put the work up on the boards and allowed other partners to kind of take a little gallery walk. So we all understood the work that the other partner was doing. Cheryl Paddock, one of our wonderful, wonderful partners from North Marin Community Services, actually opened up the day with a history lesson for people like me who are new to the organization, so that we understand what's been happening in Healthy Novato for the past 10 years. My belief is very, very firmly with, you can't know where you're going or where you're heading unless you know from whence you came. So that's the beginning of the story. From the mid-year, the middle of our story, we all, as partners, went out and began doing the work that we do in service of our students. And I have the wonderful, wonderful, wonderful opportunity to begin gathering the data to make a report in the Haas Family Fund about the progress of the year to date. On the right, you can see a restorative practices circle being led at Novato High School by Amber Yang, one of the restorative practice practitioners funded by the grant. She figures largely in their wellness center there, the East Annex. And so on to some snippets of data for you. One of the things that I did is I went ahead and using ARIES, aggregated data for a number of infractions for which students typically can get suspended. And what you have in here is one snapshot regarding one infraction, the use of tobacco. So if you take a look as I grab all of your pictures and slide you over so I can see my own graph. If we look, for instance, at, let's take a look at San Jose Middle. You can see the orange bar represents restorative practices that happened in 2019. And that little blue bar that you don't see right next to it means that's restorative practices that never happened at San Jose last year. When I talk about restorative justice in terms of consequences or infractions, that means that this is an alternative to students being sent home and missing instruction. Instead, they work with one of our restorative practitioners doing a restorative circle in lieu of that suspension. If you look at the middle school total section, you can see that this many days of suspension versus this many, this many days in 2018 versus this many days in 2019 of restorative practices incidents that happened. And you can see that the total number in terms of suspensions for 2018, only a very small fraction at the middle school level. Again, only for possessed or used a tobacco product. If you go on over, for instance, to San Marin High School, you can see that lots of restorative practices. This one gives us some, here's the suspension for 2018 versus the suspension for 2019. This is mid-year up until December 31st. Restorative practices versus restorative practices for 2019. But look at the amount of fewer missed days when you look at the different years. So restorative practices incidents go way up and suspensions go down. And this to me is the ultimate aim of education, that instead of punishing students, we're trying to do work in terms of re-educating and keeping them where they need to be in class and learning. 1 second, there we go. From another one of our partners, the Youth Leadership Institute. I think you reckon there's somebody on that screen right there who's looking at herself right now, I believe. The student trustees are supported by the Youth Leadership Institute work for Healthy Novato, and also the student advocacy councils. For instance, at Moraine Oaks High School, there are 12 participants, and they are choosing to tackle the issue of youth immigration issues. North Marin Community Services, another of our partners. Promotores is the program that's funded by Healthy Novato, and it helps Latinx community leaders by training them to engage in community efforts and hosting community presentations with and for parents in order to discuss issues around underage drinking, tobacco use, the social host ordinances. So Promotores really works at building the capacity of our adults to support students in making good decisions. This picture gives me some special joy. This is a group of students at the middle school getting trained by our 2P coordinator to be youth advocates against smoking and vaping. So we started with the beginning, we looked at the middle of the year data. When we look at the end of the year, to me, it's not really an end, but it's fuel for the beginning. Like any good educator, you use the data of the year previous to make plans for the year going forward. We want to make sure that our community partners are not just, our work for next year involves not just how Novato Unified can work with North Marin Community Services or how Novato Unified can work with Youth Leadership Institute, but how can myself and all of the partners work to make sure that all of the partners are working interchangeably. And also to consider ways to sustain the work going forward. Whenever you are so fortunate as to have repetitive funding from a wonderful benefactor, I want to be able to show ways that we are incorporating these practices within Novato Unified School District and building our own capacity. So in case, for instance, something weird happens and Healthy Novato disappears, we've embedded in our work enough of the knowledge and capacity around restorative justice that work keeps on going forward. One of the things that we're very excited about is looking at the place of Healthy Novato in planning for reentry in August. I want to make sure that I've hit all the pieces I want to hit. One piece too that we're looking very, very critically at in conjunction with the Haas Family Fund is how are we building capacity outside of promotores in building our parent community capacity to be advocates for their students, to support their students in making good and healthy choices. So for instance, as I'm writing plans for next school year, how can we involve our PTAs? How can we work with local organizations and building knowledge and capacity in parents to support the work of Healthy Novato? So that was a very, very brief synopsis. I could have, given my druthers, spoke to you for 45 minutes and brought all kinds of guests, but in light of our new circumstances, I thought brief and to the point was better and am able to take questions.
Great. Board members, speak up if you'd like to ask a question, comments.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
With the with the hosting community presentations with and for the parents to discuss the issues of underage drinking. I know in the past NUSD had the Blue Ribbon Coalition, and now that is under hiatus or whatever. But wondering about how you plan, can you talk more about that and how you plan to do that outreach?
The work in the coffees with parents under the Promotores program is called Cafecitos.
Yeah.
And they make informal gatherings, and the adult community leaders who've been trained to support their community members lead the Cafecitos, or Berta
Campos.
Campos leads those as well. I believe, I can't remember the date. Cafecitos are planned for the spring, so I don't have data at my fingertips about how many have gone forward so far, but the promotores have been actively trained and actively engaged and are ready to move forward with the Cafecitos.
So through promotores and Cafecitos, that's the only way we have so far.
That's the leading way for engaging parents in supporting kids and making healthy choices. Phoebe Smith, who is our coordinator, right before everything went south and we all left and went home, we had started to plan for the spring parent informational series on tobacco use prevention and vaping. And literally the Wednesday before the Friday we shut down, we had one planned, and we held it anyway and actually had a couple parents show up. Phoebe is now scheduling, we're going to be holding some Zoom parent support meetings so that she can begin to see if we can virtually reach parents in supporting issues around smoking, vaping, and addiction.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, seeing none. Katie, can you just speak to the graph that you had of the middle school and high schools and Novato High?
One moment, let me get back there.
Yeah.
And if you have time, I do have other graphs at my fingertips and can show a little more of the data.
They're just the one school that didn't see an improvement and
Right, you could see a whole bunch of suspensions here equal. And by the way, I took what I looked at in terms of total suspensions is from the start of school until December 31st in both 2018 and 2019, so that I was sure to be comparing apples to apples.
right.
And so up until that point, you could see the suspension time is about the same, but a drastic increase in the amount of work that restorative justice has been doing.
Mm-hmm.
So what two things occurred to me when I saw this data is to dig a little deeper into why the increase specifically for tobacco use, because the numbers don't look the same for other infractions. And how, is this an area of focus that we need for next year for Novato High? But it's also
days back in the end of May of last year. Then over summer in August, we delved into the proficiency-based education through Marzana research with Jan Haig. She really laid the foundation of what standards-based education and grading looks like. We spent a lot of time delving into proficiency skills, as we knew that was going to be the main task that our teacher leaders worked to the essential standards that their teams identified the previous school year. And they went through and created proficiency skills for each of the essential standards for this school year. And they started using them within their classrooms. What has been really exciting is because of this work that they've already have been doing, we have been able to share with our teachers across the district these proficiency skills if they wanted to use them during this time of remote learning, which many of our teachers have started to grasp onto because it gives them an anchor as far as to what their essential standards are that they're teaching for the remainder of the year, and the way that they can communicate to families and students how to obtain mastery of those skills. So already this was a win for us, not something that we necessarily anticipated taking place, but because of the work that they did, it's now readily available for others to use. And then the next thing was our teacher leadership. They, I have to say, deserve huge applause because they facilitated and led our professional development district-wide, which is not an easy thing always to do. And they did an exceptional job at going through and leading their teams, whether it was school site teams or grade level content teams, in proficiency-based education, in using skills and getting feedback to refine the skills, as well as helping other teachers to create skills that have yet to be made, so guiding them through that process as well. They also started the conversation around common assessments and what that would all entail and the way that we give feedback to our students. And then moving forward, looking about having conversations of how we report student learning. A majority of our TLT team opted in to attend the Dare to Lead training, which was over 2 days with Mickey Porter. And this was really for our teachers to spend time really recognizing and learning about themselves and grow as professional educational leaders in their practice and in their lives. And then the next thing, like I said, they are really helping us to plan and support our TLT expansion, because we know what we've got going on is too good to stop now, and that we want to continue to grow it and expand it. And those people that they've touched the lives with and changed their mindsets, they've inspired others to want to join and be a part of our team. So like I said, they led all of our professional development. One thing I really want you to know is in the past when we've had other professional development from outside partners, the satisfaction rate at the end of the survey when we are done with our professional development is usually about 70%. This year, with our teachers who have been leading this professional development with their teams and with their schools, our satisfaction rates on those surveys have gone up to 90%. So they have been well received by their peers. And I really think it's because they are part of that team, and what they're talking about and doing, it's real and in the moment and relevant. And their team members are able to see somebody who they recognize and they trust in this process and in NUSD to lead this work forward. So here they are at one of our professional development days. Like I said, unfortunately, I was not able to have all 40 of them available for you to see the faces, but what I did want to be sure that you were able to hear were the voices of some of our teacher leaders and to hear the impact that this process has had on them. So these are some of the questions I asked them to consider as they prepared a short video for you guys. So I'll give you a moment to look over these questions just so you have a reference as to what they'll be speaking about in a moment in the video. Okay, and with that, I have Nick Williams and Juliet Jones, both TLT members. Nick Williams is a high school science teacher at San Marin, and Juliet Jones is a second grade teacher at San Ramon. So both of them are going to give you their perspectives of what this work has done in both of the elementary and secondary levels.
Hi, this is Nick Williams, and I'm here to talk about our teacher leadership team. So I have had a wildly positive experience serving on our teacher leadership team for the last 12 months. We started back last May with a teacher leadership team retreat where we got to know each other. We talked about different leadership styles and different presentation styles and the various strengths that we all brought to the table and how we could leverage those strengths to benefit all of our students. It was a really nice, personal and professional growth opportunity. And it felt really good that the district was investing in its teachers and kind of maximizing the skill set of its own teachers to be able to do this kind of work. I think the most beneficial part of participating in the teacher leadership team has been being able to work with teachers of all different disciplines and grade levels. I found a tremendous amount of benefit from being able to sit down with a first grade teacher or a kindergarten teacher and look at the strategies that they use and the way that they look at proficiency scales and the way that they think about building mastery of students. Similarly, working with people in history or in art and other disciplines has been really, really nice as a science teacher. Obviously, it's great to talk about science, but it's also really nice to see how we can use proficiency in different areas and kind of build on all of our students' expertise. Most surprising for me through our TLT process has been the amount of progress that we've been able to make on proficiency scales. We have managed to introduce proficiency scales in every grade level, in every discipline and subject, and develop proficiency scales for all of those standards, get them into the hands of teachers, have teachers give some feedback on them, come up with some second drafts, and get them into the hands of students so that students can start really evaluating where they're strong, where they still have areas of growth, and teachers can help them make those areas of growth to build mastery and build proficiency. So I think that's a huge amount of growth for 1 year. Some teachers are even pushing into proficiency-based grading and piloting some of that. So I think it's a really exciting place to be as we give students more opportunities to demonstrate what they know and understand and show them what we expect them to know and understand. In terms of why the professional development has been so well received, I think it's been really well received because it's teachers leading the process. Teachers generally are reasonably good presenters, and so teachers like listening to other teachers. We also understand where other teachers are going to have problems with the thing, and we can kind of pre-anticipate those and ensure that it's coming from a place of benefiting students so that teachers know that this is a positive process And it's one that will give our students more opportunities and give us the opportunity to give them better feedback. So I think the huge piece of it is that teachers are leading it. When teachers lead the pieces, it feels very like natural and organic instead of feeling like a top-down mandate. And since we have a lot of expertise in our teaching staff, being able to leverage that expertise and use it to implement cool new programs is a really positive thing. And I think in large part, that's been the successful part. We've also really invested in giving teachers the resources necessary to be able to do this work. So it's been tremendous having the technological resources in my classroom that I can use with students, being able to project onto a TV and having like a robust technology package, and having the professional development resources to know that I can go to other colleagues, get that assistance, and that we've been able to work together across grade levels and across subjects. I'd say the legacy that I hope to leave through the work with TLT is developing a robust proficiency-based grading scale that gives students really valuable information about where they're doing well and where they still have areas to grow. The other piece is that I really like that we're shifting to having teachers leading our professional development. We spent a ton of time developing presentations to our departments, to our school sites, and so it's working with people that we know and who trust us. And I think that's a model that really, really works well. Much better than having some outside person come in who we kind of have to develop trust with and see like, what's your real motivation here? Having teachers who have been in the process and that other teachers know and trust is really successful. And I think that's a really good professional development model. And I'm really excited to continue that. Thanks so much.
Hello, this is Juliet Jones. I'm a second grade teacher at San Ramon Elementary, and I'm here to give a little elementary perspective on TLT this year. So one of the really beneficial parts about being on TLT for me has been all of the training. Not only did we spend a lot of time with people from Marzano and Associates and learning about the philosophy behind proficiency-based education, how to identify the essential standards, and how to write the proficiency scales. But before we even started doing that work, we got a lot of training on leadership skills, communication skills, collaboration skills, forming a positive group, presentation skills. And I think that that was crucial for us to be able to have the difficult conversations that we sometimes needed to have when we were deciding what was truly important and what maybe we would leave off of our essential standards list. So the training was great. Another part that was really beneficial was actually doing the work of determining the essential standards and writing the drafts of the proficiency scales themselves. By going through this process, I feel like I have a deeper understanding of how I'm going to teach these and how I'm going to use them in my classroom. So one of the most surprising parts about the work we did this year on TLT was just how detailed we needed to be when identifying the sub-skills for each essential standard. So for instance, in second grade, one of our essential standards is telling time to the nearest 5 minutes. Well, identifying all of those sub-skills took a lot of thinking and discussion and work on our part. Students need to count by 1, they need to count by 5, they need to understand vocabulary such as minute hand, hour hand. They need to understand how to tell time to the nearest hour, quarter hour, and half hour. So determining which skills were truly important in order to reach proficiency took a lot of discussion, a little bit of research sometimes, and sometimes a little bit of negotiation between teachers who might have differing opinions about what was crucial and what wasn't. I think our initial work here has been well received because this is not a top-down initiative that requires teachers to throw out everything they've been using, lessons that they love, units that they're really well versed in. This is instead a blueprint of essential standards that shows them what they need to be spending 75% of their time teaching, but how they go about teaching that's up to them. And in fact, if something works well for them, hopefully they will share that with their colleagues at their school and at other sites so that we can all become better equipped to teach the standards that we think are really crucial for students to master in order to do well as they move through the grades. So I do believe that the work that we've done this year and the work that will continue in the next couple years will create better outcomes for our students, TK through 12. I feel at the elementary level, it's really crucial for kids to feel successful at school. If they feel that they are not good at math or not good at reading before they even turn 10, then it's a real uphill battle to get them engaged in their learning and their education. But if teachers are given more opportunities to meet kids where they are and to provide more individualized learning, then I think that we will keep kids engaged and hopefully affect better outcomes throughout their years here at Novato Unified. I also hope that our legacy as the first year TLT will be a living example of how you can take 41 very different teachers, different in their experience, different in their grade levels, different in the population that they teach, and bring them all together and create one group with a common goal that can work together for the benefit of all the students in the district. So I hope that's our lasting legacy.
So one thing I want to remind you that they both spoke to is the impact that this is making on their students. And I want to remind you that the Student Low Performing Block Grant is what has been sustaining this work. And it was granted by the state of California for 3 years worth of time to continue this, to be able to identify projects or ways to impact student learning. And this is the way that we chose to use that money, because we wanted to figure out how can we stretch that money to make the biggest impact to our students. And this is something that will impact all of our students at all of our schools at every grade level. So what I want you to know that this has been so successful and that we are looking forward to next year expanding our team. What that process has looked like to this point, we've put out an application. We've had numerous people put in interest that they're wanting to be a part of the TLT team. We're using our current TLT and having them continue with us. They're playing a pivotal role in determining what that development of the team is going to look like, where we need to fill in some other spots that need some more support because perhaps they don't have as much representation. So we really want to basically make this snowball and continue to build it and let it continue to grow. So that way it's reaching all of our students across the board. And so Jen and I will be reaching out to our applicants within the end of this week to inform them of their acceptance to TLT. So with that, I want to leave you with a quote from Brene Brown, who's been somebody we've all really enjoyed reading a lot from Dare to Lead and participating from the Dare to Lead training. And so with that, daring leaders who live in lean into their values are never silent about the hard thing. And that's exactly what this team is doing day in and day out. And with that, we are also thankful for them. And so lucky that they are our partners in this work. So at this time, I'll open up to anyone who has questions or comments for me regarding TLT.
Board members, questions?
Question? I have a question.
Okay, Maria.
Okay. Is there a limit right now? So right now you're talking about 40 teachers for this year. Is there a limit of how many teachers can apply, and how does the application look like, or what do they like the process?
Yeah, so like I said, this current year we have 40 of them who have been selected. We had more than 40 that had applied before. They do receive stipend, they do participate in professional development, they do receive the technology package. So we went through last year to really determine what is the right number to sustain this work and to see how it moves. So that's where the 40 came from last year. This year, we have not as many as the previous year who've applied, but we're hoping to take on the majority who can be a part of it and really make sure there's equal representation without a certain site or even a content or grade level team overbearing that work. So we're trying to be thoughtful. We also are using the input of our TLT members in that selection process and determining what are the needs that they need for their school site team as well as their content or grade level team to move this work forward. We are also using their site administrators in the process to determine their placement. And then on the application process, they had to give a statement about their experience in leading teams, a successful lesson that they've led. They've also had to indicate 3 people who would be able to give them an endorsement, one of which was a current TLT member, administrator, and another teaching professional that they would like us to work with. So those are some of the things that were on the application.
Okay, and you mentioned all schools are represented, the charter school too?
No, not the charter school. They're not currently working with us on this.
Okay, thank you.
I had Diane and then Derek, Trustee Nell and Trustee Gasson.
Okay. Thanks for the report. It was interesting hearing the teachers speak. My question is about funding. You had mentioned it was through the Student Low Performing Block Grant. So was that the first year of that and will continue into this next year, or where are we with the funding for that?
Yes, so we're using the Low Performing Student Block Grant. It's, like I said, through the state of California, and it's for 3 years. And I want to say it was over $500,000. I think Amy's still on. She might be able to pop in with the exact number, but it's a little over $500,000. We did not use all that money this year. It's really to be spread out over 3. With that, we used it with the Marzano contract from last year and the one that I came to you guys the last meeting, as well as the West Ed contract for MTSS. And then stipends came from it as well.
Okay, so it was the, okay, just I wanted to clarify that this was the first year. So we have funding for doing it next year and potentially the following year.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Trustee Nell?
Yeah, I was hoping you could describe how proficiency-based education is disseminated amongst more teachers in the sites, but also district-wide. These leadership teachers appear to be mentoring proficiency-based education. I was just wondering, describe how does that work? Do they have meetings during prep time, after school, or how do they work with their fellow teachers to pass on this information?
Yeah, so across the board, and what our days usually look like as far as professional development are calendared out in advance. So we utilize the district-wide professional development days to do this work. And so during that time, they're either with their content team or grade level, and they're facilitating and leading that work. And they were previously worked with and had training and support by their other 39 TLT members and Ed Services, and Tammy and Jan and Nikki Porter, before they went in to lead this work within their more concentrated group, depending on their focus. And then from there, they also work with their site teams on some of those days. The minimum release days, we kept those at site base. So they would lead this work within their own team, and some of our administrators would co-lead some of that work with them a little bit as well. And then during department time, they also had the opportunity to do that. And ILT, this sometimes for some of our sites was conversation that would be brought up, or at staff meetings was other opportunities that they were able to do this work. Our teachers have access to Wednesday collaborative time. And so during that time, they're able to meet with their content grade level team at their site, and or if they choose to work with a larger group outside of just their site, they're able to do that as well. So like I said, this is really kind of started with our teacher cohort of starting to do it, and because of the conversations and their excitement, enthusiasm, and when they're using the proficiency skills or using the learning targets with their students, the kids are going to other classes or their teachers are walking by and seeing that, and it's built up. Some of our BITS or induction mentors for beginning teachers are also on the teacher leadership team. So they're able then to carry that conversation over with their beginning teachers too. So it's been able to trickle outward.
Anybody else?
That's good. No, that's great.
Okay.
That helps me a lot to understand it. Appreciate it.
Any other trustees? Tom, Trustee Cooper?
Let me turn this microphone on. Great presentation. Thank you, Amanda. When you mentioned growth, what do you ultimately, where do you see that being next year?
So as far as the proficiency-based education process, is that what you're referring to as growth?
Well, no, the number, specifically the number of people you're talking about bringing on more people. Is it a net or is it going to be an increase? Hopefully it's an increase.
Yes, so we'll keep our current TLT members. We asked them if they would like to continue this work moving forward, and majority of them all plan on doing that unless for some reason they have another life commitment outside that they didn't feel they could continue in the same capacity that they're currently continuing in. But as far as adding additional on, we're looking at about 15 more additional people to bring on board.
Okay, awesome. And do you find in light of our current circumstances and distance learning and all that, do you find that many of our staff members are reaching, or they're able to assist the rest of our teachers in, practices that will help them during this time?
Yeah, so I think that's one of the silver linings in this scenario. We weren't necessarily planning to roll all of this out the way that it has developed over the past, month and a half now?
Yeah, of course.
But for the majority of our teachers that I've spoken to and heard from, the fact that we had those essential standards from the previous year already outlined, they've had extensive conversations of seeing them. It's really broke down what are the main essential standards or learning targets that our students need to know per course or content within a grade level. And then from there, we said, really take the time to look through those. And of those, there's anywhere from about 9 to 15 per content course. Look at them and say, what are the ones that you would have been teaching in the spring semester or third trimester for elementary? And then just let that be your guiding force at this point. Just spend the time providing learning opportunities for your students and families to participate and engage in just those maybe 2 to 3 essential standards. So instead of all the other standards across, our platform that you're constantly thinking about and trying to assess and address and teach in this very different platform, they now know they can kind of scale back and know that these are the ones that we know that we've as a team have said, these are the essential ones. These are crucial that our kids know. And then, so with that, they're able to use the proficiency scales if they choose to. It's not mandatory. I know a lot of them are happy that they have that access because that tool breaks down the standard on the level 3, and then from underneath it, it gives you like the vocabulary and the skill steps and the steps it takes to get to that mastery level. So it's a conversation piece that could be potentially used with our families who are also now becoming the instructors and leaders in their own households as well. And it gives them common language, and they're also navigating this process with them. So I see a benefit that our community is engaging in this potentially if they're using it fully earlier than we were initially planning. So.
Yes, indeed. Well, thank you very much. Great work.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Chime in if I don't see you. Okay. Great work, Amanda. This is exciting. I hope all these parents who are watching us for the grading conversation are listening to this. This is the great work that is happening here in Novato. I mean, this is a huge, we've tried a little bit of this before where teachers are helping other teachers and doing the PD and all that, but this is a whole nother level. We are making great strides, and the feedback from Nick and Juliet was a great addition to this presentation to see that perspective directly from them being on that leadership team, on our leadership team. So, and to have the proficiency scales all done, or just, I'm assuming mostly done. And that's a huge, that's a huge accomplishment. I mean, that's big, and the essential standards and all of that. So it's great work. I can't speak enough about it, and it's what we should be doing. So continue to keep us updated, even if it's not just once a year. Please continue to bring us back some information.
Will do.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to our discussion action items, we will start with the secondary grading for spring 2020. So what we'll do is Superintendent Koska will provide a presentation. I will come back to the board if you have any clarifying questions in regards to the presentation itself. We do have some public comment. We are, for board members, we are going to limit to the public comment to 20 minutes. And then I will check back in with the board members to see if you want to continue to hear more public comment or not. And we'll go from there. And then it'll come back to the board after we're completed the public comment. And we'll continue to ask questions, make any statements, anything you'd like to do, we'll go from there. So our typical process through this. Whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was muted
Yeah.
and I couldn't
Yeah.
get it off. It's hard
But-
when you're sharing the screen. It looks a little bit different. So I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the secondary grading for spring 2020, about where we are, how we've gotten here, and then open it up to discussion and then decision by the trustees. This has been, I know, a very contentious process in our community. I understand the concerns that folks have raised. I understand the passion that people feel around this topic, whether it's students or parents or our staff. At the end, I think this is one of those challenging decisions where there is no great right answer. There's no clear line where one answer stands out so far ahead of the others that it becomes obvious. Although to different constituents in our community, it is obvious to them. So, I just want to acknowledge the passion around this topic, and that as a result of that passion, we've circled back and we've gone through a process with a committee that's brought us to this point tonight. And now we'll share some information with our trustees, and then the first 5 letters of trustees is trust, and we'll trust our trustees to make the right decision for moving forward. So a little bit about the timeline. March 13th, we shifted to a distance learning model. We thought that was going to be in place for 2 weeks. Then it became 3 weeks, and then soon thereafter it became the remainder of the year. We jumped in on day 1. So we closed schools on a Friday to learning, and we opened distance learning the following Monday. Novato did a fantastic job of making that adjustment. On April 14th, I made an announcement that NUSD would be shifting to a credit. And on April 30th, we convened a committee that met to come to consensus around a recommendation to bring to the trustees. A little bit of information about the committee. The committee consisted of 3 student leaders, 3 principals representing middle and high schools. And I should say the student leaders all represented high schools. 1 high school assistant principal, 4 teachers representing our diverse middle schools and high schools, 1 high school counselor, the birthday girl, Assistant Superintendent Dr. Amy Carter, and myself. How did the committee get selected? Administrative representatives were selected by the secondary school sites. Teacher and counselor representatives were selected by the Novato Federation of Teachers. Students were selected by the school sites as a result of their past leadership experience. And I selected the birthday girl, Assistant Superintendent Dr. Amy Carter, and myself to participate. So we went through a pretty complex process over 3 hours last Thursday afternoon. We started by visualizing the learning environment of a student or friend with the most learning resources, the best environment in which to learn. And then spent some time visualizing the learning environment of a student or friend with the most challenges to distance learning, the most challenging learning environment. Then we had the committee members share what they saw when they did that visualizing. We tried to bring some clarity to our goal that we were trying to achieve in the meeting. I provided an overview of the process, and then we defined the terms to make sure that we were all on the same page. So what was our goal? Our goal was to determine what the committee believed was the best model for grading during the spring of 2020, based upon NUSD's North Star documents. What we defined as the North Star documents were our vision and our values, our equity imperative, and our district goals. So we'll go over those very briefly. Our vision statement, NUSD will provide an innovative and personalized learning experience for every student in a caring and supportive environment to develop the knowledge and skills necessary to be successful and productive citizens. And NUSD will engage parents, teachers, and our community to actively support our students' growth and learning. Here's our values. Our values are innovation, equity, caring, inclusion, and collaboration. Our equity imperative. I don't have the whole document here. If you're watching along and you have the board attachments, you can click on that link there and get to the equity imperative. But in the equity imperative, we define equity as just and fair inclusion into a society in which all can participate, prosper, and reach their full potential. And then it says equity in Novato Unified School District means ensuring every student has access to educational opportunities that challenge, inspire, and prepare him or her for a strong future. Equity also means that every student has the support, encouragement, and assistance that they need to succeed in school. We conducted a survey. We intentionally did a very simple survey that was accessible to all of our families, regardless of background and really access to devices, meaning that it could be accessed by any device, including a cell phone, and it was short and concise, did not require an email login, because we found that that drastically diminishes survey responses to these sort of simple responses. So with our students, 75.5% of the students supported a universal pass model, and 82% of those students who supported a universal pass model believed that all students should receive an A for the second semester of spring, or for the spring semester of 2020. 18% of the students supported a choice model, with about 3/4 of those believing that grades should be able to improve. And about 6% supported a credit, no credit model, with 82% of that small number supporting a simple credit, no credit model. With the parents, about 50% of the parents supported a choice model, with about 3/4 of those parents believing that grades should be able to improve. About 1/3 supported a universal pass model, with support being split almost evenly between the two models, where every student receives an A for the semester, or they get an average based on where they were on March 13th and the A that they received. About 17% supported a credit, no credit model, and about 2/3 of those just supported a simple credit, no credit model. For our certificated staff, a little bit more than half supported a choice model, with 86% of those believing that grades should be able to improve. About 1/3 supported a credit, no credit model, and there were a couple different models that had minor differences, and they were about evenly split between those. And about 12% supported a universal pass model. So we shared all this data with the committee, and then we began the process. And so we went through an interest-based problem-solving process. This is a process that's often used among groups to problem solve. And the idea is that we coming together is better than me, one person, trying to find a solution. More brains on a problem is better. And the first thing that you do in that process is you generate your interests. And the interests are the things that we want to address with a solution. So the challenges we want to address with a solution are the interests. And then we generated options. And the options are the different solutions that could be utilized to address the interests. So an example of an interest would be to not harm a student. An example of an option would be that we do a universal pass model. That would be an option. We then compared the options to the interests to see if which one, if we thought any of them stood out in a positive way or in a negative way. And then we took another crack at generating more interests or options, because sometimes that dialogue encourages more thoughts or more interests or more options. And then we began to funnel down the options. We tried to rule some of them out based on our conversations. When we looked at the universal pass model, and I will say that some of the committee members came into the room thinking that this was absolutely the right model. This was the best way for us to go. Committee members began to share concerns associated with grade inflation and universal pass. Like San Francisco Unified, committee members acknowledged that this could potentially harm student applications. If universities thought that our school district was doing things to artificially increase grades, that could negatively affect the way colleges viewed our students' applications. Community members also acknowledged that giving students unearned A's cheapens our grading system. So much like the counter argument against credit, no credit, a lot of students work very hard to earn A's. Now, if we're giving students that had D's, A's, that was also a problem. And then committee members acknowledged that colleges have always taken into account that GPAs are inconsistent across schools, and that this is considered when reviewing student applications. And this is something that we've learned a lot through this process, is that it is widely acknowledged among our college admissions experts and officials that some high schools give higher grade point averages than others, and they need to build that into their algorithm when they're doing their computations. After much discussion, and not in quite this simple a manner, but for the purposes of this meeting, I will say that the committee came to consensus to eliminate a universal pass option. And there was nobody on the committee when we made this decision that believed that it was a mistake to eliminate the universal pass options. All agreed that that was the right thing for us to do. We then moved on to options that included grading during distance learning. We discussed many barriers to effective and accurate assessment. Some of those included barriers that students and teachers were facing, just simply based on the impacts of COVID-19 on their families, on their learning environments, etc. We discussed that our traditional grading system loses some of its effectiveness during times of distance learning. We can't authenticate the work that's being turned in. Was the work done by the student? Was the work done unassisted by the student? It's difficult for us to do tests. It's difficult for us to look at essays and ensure that the work that was done was actually the work of the student and not others. We acknowledge that we are not providing all of the required services that allow students to access learning and achieve at their full potential. Some examples of this would be students with IEPs, students with disabilities. This could be students with 504 plans. This could be students who receive other interventions, like, for example, our English learner students that have additional supports in school that we cannot provide at home, that create a barrier to their being able to learn during times of distance learning. So very diverse populations that are not receiving all of the services, as great a job as we are doing and as hard as we are trying. We also acknowledge that our current grading system continuing during this period of distance learning presented too many challenges for students and staff members. And with this in mind, the committee uniformly came to consensus to eliminate the remaining models that were based upon ongoing grading after March 13th. And that included the remaining choice models. So we've now eliminated the universal pass models, and now we've eliminated anything that included grading after March 13th. So then we started looking at models wherein we said students should earn a grade based on where they were on March 13th. As we had that discussion, we heard from students, we heard from our teachers and counselors and our administrators that the March 13th deadline has never been something that was meant to be a final grade. It is simply meant to be a check-in on progress to date. And we acknowledge that in a lot of cases, students typically had the opportunity to bring up that grade after March 13th, and that these opportunities are not available to us for the reasons I just shared with you about grading after March 13th. In the end, we acknowledged that the options that included giving a final grade based upon March 13th simply didn't accurately demonstrate student achievement, learning, or progress. And so with that, the committee came to consensus that any model where students' grades were fixed at the time of school closure on March 13th should be excluded. And this excluded all of our final choice options and our one remaining universal pass option. And this left us with the credit, no credit option. And the committee was very concerned that the only option that was available to us was inconsistent with the survey data. So what we did is we returned to our goal, and we returned to our North Star documents, and we had a strong conversation about that, about what does the board want us to do? You know, does the board want us to bring something that was consistent with the survey documents, which had different groups in different places and would have been, you know, fairly impossible to do? Or to potentially come back with our recommendation that we thought was the best recommendation that did not align at all with the survey data. We used those North Star documents to help us, to have a rich discussion. And in the end, we realized that there was no perfect solution. We then started to look around at what some of the other districts across the state are doing. To our knowledge, there's one district that has done a universal pass model, and that happens to be in our county. We have seen lots of other options out there around choice. And we've seen the majority of districts moving to a credit, no credit model. So, like I said, one of the things we looked closely at was the list of school districts. We had the 4th largest school district in California in Long Beach, and the 6th largest school district in San Francisco Unified moving to credit, no credit. We know that there are lots of other districts that made this shift, but there's not a central place where districts are saying what model they've gone with, so it's difficult to track. We can't say that the list contains very high performing school districts, very low performing school districts, districts in the northern, southern, eastern, western parts of the state. This is also aligned with what other states have done across the board. For example, the state of Oregon has moved entirely to a credit, no credit model. We then took a little turn at the suggestion of some of our committee members. We started to discuss the no credit portion of this model. And committee members pointed out that a no credit equates to failure during a time when we may have not met a student's unique needs. And so we started to explore the possibility of an incomplete versus a credit, no credit. Over the course of that process, we looked at things like North Coast section rules and how they look at transcripts. And we found that, that there would be no negative impacts to students as a result of changing from credit to incomplete. And the committee decided to shift the option on the table to credit incomplete, as we felt like it was kinder and showed a commitment on the part of our system to students, to support the students to the point where they earned credit. So there's a commitment on our part to say, hey, we're gonna we didn't get there yet, but we're going to put the supports in place to make sure that you do get there. So in the end, the committee came to consensus that the best model for grading during the spring of 2020 was based upon NUSD's North Star documents. So let me say that again. The committee came to consensus that the best model for grading during the spring of 2020 based upon NUSD's North Star documents was a credit incomplete model. I have a couple things to share in closing, and then I have a couple of documents I want to share with you before I turn it over to the trustees. The committee entered into this meeting with diverse views and representing diverse constituencies. The committee remained open-minded to other viewpoints. Every member of the committee participated actively and had equal voice. I believe that many of the members were surprised to come to consensus around the credit, no credit model. In the end, they supported it because they realized it was the best option to achieve our goal. And I appreciate every committee member's participation and bravery that they showed in getting involved in this discussion. It's easy to lead when things are smooth. It's challenging to lead when you know that the decision, regardless of what you make, is going to be criticized by members of your community, and particularly members of your own constituent. This document with you, but has asked me to do that in her stead. And she says, "Good evening. I wanted to share my experience on the grading committee that met last week and the change of heart that I had on the best path forward after reading the research and after our 3-hour meeting. I went into the meeting feeling very confident that my vision of a path under the umbrella of choice would be the best for NUSD. I left feeling like credit incomplete was the best choice for our students, and I'm still confident in that decision. I felt like I came to the meeting ready to listen and learn, and ready to not only share my experience as a secondary teacher since 2003, but also as a parent of a high achieving secondary student and a parent of an autistic secondary student. I know there are many parts of our community that are upset or confused about our recommendation, and I thought my perspective on the committee and as a teacher and parent of 3 kids in the district would help. If we could rewind back to early April when the grading conversations were initially happening, and the committee had met at the beginning of April instead of the end, we might be sitting in a different spot. Do I feel like this path has been smooth? No. Have we all collectively been dropped from a crane into a deep pool of lava? Yes, we have, teachers, students, and administrators alike. Have there been mistakes? Yes, by most of us. However, we cannot go back, we can only go forward. After distance learning for 7 weeks now, we've officially been teaching under the credit, no credit umbrella for 3 weeks. These 7 weeks have been challenging for all, more for some than others, and to go back to formal grades would be an impossible task for many of our students to go through. This fact alone played a large role in why I feel it's best for us to continue on the credit incomplete path. Yes, if it is too overwhelming for some students to return to grades, they can just continue with credit incomplete. But if a choice is given and a student does not choose grades, this will have a negative impact on their path towards college. We've committed to continuing ARIES, that's our grading system, for internal communications. This will allow placements into classes next year to remain intact. As the president of the Novato Federation of Teachers, I selected the teachers to sit on this committee. I selected a range of educators who represented all grade levels and all sites. Superintendent Koska was one member of the committee, and at no point did I feel he was swaying us one way or the other, nor did I feel pressure to change my mind. The conversation held all voices and all perspectives. The last document I want to share with you before turning it over to the trustees is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the 14 members of the committee. I will be the 9th that shares these perspectives. I want to say that we're holding the names of the committee members in confidence, as you know, this presents some challenges to some of our members to deal with the feedback that comes with being part of a controversial committee like this. So this letter is dated May 5, 2020. It says, "Dear NUSD Board of Directors, as members of the Secondary Grading Committee, we would like to affirm the following. We were asked to keep an open mind in order to participate in the process, and there was no predetermined decision to sign off on. We appreciate that NFT selected the teacher representatives to serve on the panel. We collectively established interests with both traditionally high-performing and traditionally marginalized students in mind. We heavily weighed the interests of college-bound students in our process. We also carefully considered the potential mental and physical health impacts on our students in the process. We agreed that shifting course after 3 weeks of credit, no credit would likely have a negative impact on many students. We respect the voice and input of our students, families, and colleagues who took surveys and acknowledged the mismatch with our conclusion, but collectively agreed that our process helped us understand options with new clarity. We reached consensus because we understood the grading issues in deep and nuanced ways. After discussion, we suggest the incomplete option as a way to hold students accountable for learning and hold ourselves accountable to supporting students toward learning essential standards and demonstrating outcomes. And this letter is signed by Michelle Cortez, Assistant Principal at NHS and MSA Director, Mariah Fisher, NFT President and Teacher at San Jose Middle School, Kessa Early, Principal at Marin Oaks Nova, Kevin Duffy, Teacher at Marin Oaks, Nancy Overson, Teacher at Novato High School, Tanis Tubach, Teacher at Sinaloa Middle School, Amy Carter, Assistant Superintendent, Jeff Wallace, Principal at Sinaloa Middle School, and that's it. So with all of that, I'm going to invite Jen Larson and Amy Carter into our conversation, and we're available to answer any questions you have before we share out some non-agenda public comments.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent Casca. I'll start with Trustee Cooper.
Thank you, Chris. I guess I have a couple concerns. As you probably know, we've all as trustees received lots and lots and lots of emails from concerned parents and students. And I guess I'll start, we talk about equity. Equity should be, and I know we do, equity covers our entire student body. So all students of all different capabilities. And I think from my standpoint, we need to be mindful of both, I'll call it both ends of the spectrum. So kids that are going college bound, kids that are maybe going to a career, whatever they're doing, but we need to keep all of their needs in mind. With that said, what would you say, can you describe to me the benefits of, I feel like Perry Mason, can you describe to me kind of the benefits, if you're a college bound student, to saying, okay, I want credit incomplete, or I want a choice?
So I'm happy to touch on that. And then I'll start, and then I want Jen and Amy to chime in a little bit, because they've been the ones that did the bulk of the research in talking to college admissions officials.
Okay.
One of the things that we found along the way is that college admissions officials don't want to be put in a subjective place where they have to make a determination of what a student meant when they made a choice, or what a district did when we on our school profile have to explain why all students got A's, or why we did an average. They don't want that complicated stuff. They want us to share with them something simple. They want us to say, we did traditional grading, we did credit, no credit. The more complicated it is, the harder it is for the college admissions officials, is what we've heard. But I'll let Jen or Amy chime in a little bit more on that if they have something to add.
Yeah, I think one of the documents that really informed our discussion was a recommendation by CollegeWise. And what it cautioned you about on the choice element is that once you introduce choice, instead of a binary thing that's very easy for college to read, you now have 3 options. And now the student is forced to explain their decision-making around taking the grade or not. So if you've gotten A, you've always had an A, great, you've gotten the A. But if you had some racial or economic challenges or poverty issues or IT issues or elements that affected you, now we're forcing students to now justify why they did not take the grade option. So you're sort of pushing everybody into a space that is very difficult to manage and has some equity issues related to them. But if the district simply takes a binary approach, which the majority of colleges in America,
I decided to ultimately go with credit and incomplete, knowing that I have lots of friends that are, AP students, high achieving, and want to do well, is because I realized that this simplicity allows us.
Shoot.
Oh, darn it.
We lost you, Elizabeth.
Oh, we lost you, Elizabeth.
I appreciated her comments.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, maybe try to turn your video off again.
Yeah.
I felt like our ideals came together, and basically this decision that we made ultimately frames the best interests of our entire community. So just wanted to say thank you for all those people on the board who showed tremendous leadership. It wasn't something that was easy to do. So
thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Trustee Nell?
I have a question on Deck 15 on your, it's titled Options that Included Grading During Distance Learning, the fourth bullet. We acknowledge that the grading system continued during this period of distance learning presented too many challenges for students and staff. I wonder if you could be more specific as to what the challenges would be for staff.
Yeah, some of the challenges that our staff is facing is that they're new to this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've taken their instructional world and we've turned it on their heads. We gave them a environment. You know, we have our teachers are dealing with everything that our folks in society are dealing with, including, you know, family members that are ill, including family members that are out of work, including, you know, having to homeschool 3 young children at home while they're trying to provide instruction. You know, so that's a short list of the countless challenges that our educators are facing at home, that create barriers to them being able to accurately assess. The biggest one just being the change of pedagogy, the change of how we're teaching our kids, and you know, not having the resources to accurately assess, and you know, among the other things that are on the board here.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you. Just looking for clarity at this point.
Yep, you're welcome.
Trustee Miller?
We started teaching remotely March 13. We are going to continue. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
We're going to continue this entire term, which ends like the first week of June. Is that about right? June 7th or something?
June 11th, yeah.
Yeah. So this is like 3 months worth of instruction. So it isn't just where we are today, it's where we will be by the end of the term. And more than half of the term will have been taught under this new regime by instructors who, as has just been pointed out, are rookies at using these tools to deliver the content. My concern, so I appreciate we have this conversation about grades, but I'm not sure if we're grading the student at this point, or if we're grading the teacher's ability to teach, or if we're grading our ability to deliver content. We heard earlier in the meeting today that as of this week, the last 124 students are getting hotspots. So we know at least up till right now, 124 students have not had access to the tools that they would normally have and can't be competitive with the rest of their students. So all of that said, I think grades after March 13th are more an assessment of the district's ability to deliver. And I think in general, NUSD has done better than other districts. I'm very proud of what we've been able to achieve, but I don't think it's a good measure of the student's ability, because the limiting factor is the district's delivery ability. So I'm glad to see we're looking at ways. So in that context, I'm glad we're looking at ways to mitigate the impacting of the grades. My bigger concern that I hope between March 13th and a month from now is that the teachers who are working with the students in Novato are focusing on what the student learns, not what grade the student gets. And I think a focus on grades takes away from a scarce resource, which is the teacher's ability to think through this whole learning and deliver as much content as possible. So my bias is to step back with a softer touch on grades so we can ask our teachers to step forward in terms of delivering content to our students. I think our students are not going to get the full measure of what they're owed because they're not in classrooms, and we need to do everything we can to make sure we give them as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Miller. Jen, did you have something you wanted to add? Yeah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add, and I know that there's been some questions out there and some misconceptions, and so I just want to also split away, and I think Ross did a good job of easing us into this. The difference between final grades during this emergency time, the teacher's grade book, and then all of the extra additional honors that we have possible in our district. So just a reminder that all of our AP students are still able to take their AP tests. That is the only testing that has not closed down. So our AP students will still be able to take those tests. And if they do so, those grades or those test scores will continue to go on to their colleges. So when they apply for college, they will have that credit in their portfolios to go with them. So they will be able to continue to get credit for being in those AP classes. The second is that while we're talking about ending grades being credit, no credit on their transcripts, the teachers are still able to use their grade book. So the vast majority, if not all of our teachers, are still recording and providing feedback on those essential standards within their grade book. So there is a way, and we want to make sure that the focus is on learning to be able to monitor and make sure that our students are continuing to be engaged with their learning, their teachers, and that their teachers have an avenue to provide that feedback. So those things are still in place.
Okay, and just for clarification for me, in regard to the AP testing and that the score will go on, but
Yep.
the credit is there, but the GPA, part of the GPA is not.
Right. So when we have credit, their GPA from their last semester is what it is. There will be no change. But when they apply to college, their GPA will go in and then separately, and AP tests always come in separately. If they score a 3 or higher, the college will weight that in for them as they either get college credit or they are weighted knowing that they have AP coursework behind them.
Okay.
So, but Debbie, to answer your question about GPA in spring 2020,
yeah,
there will be no calculation.
Right.
So they
I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah. So they will get their GPA will be based on the 7 other semesters of their high school experience.
And you said teachers are still recording grades, even though we're still in this. They haven't just said, "Oh, I don't have to do this anymore," because it's okay.
I'd like to say they're recording student performance.
There you go.
President Butler?
Okay, anybody, Trustee Aguila, and then if nobody else, we'll go to the public comment.
Trustee Mack has been waiting very patiently.
I didn't see him, sorry, thank you.
That's okay.
I just have everybody across the top, and I only have a limited amount.
I'm gonna stop my screen share.
That would be, perfect,
yeah.
Okay.
Who's up?
Trustee Aguila, you were up.
Okay, yeah, I just had my hand up on the little button, but and I did it right before our student trustee spoke, Elizabeth, and I'm wondering if she's back, and I would love to see to hear from Eva too, if possible, when it's convenient for the meeting. But I would love to get the student voice.
Okay. Eva, I don't know if you can. If we're still going to be able to hear you or not. Do you have anything you want to add?
And Eva, it could just, if you are able to speak, it could just be your thoughts on credit, no credit, or universal pass, or the choice option, and kind of your thinking, whatever you're comfortable sharing in that regard.
We still can't hear you.
Eva, I wonder if you can turn off your video. Just leave the audio on. Oh.
I think it's sounds like a microphone issue, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, so.
Thank you, Eva, for trying. We appreciate it.
Okay. Trustee Millerick.
So
and then Trustee Mack.
My last comment is, as students proceed to do this work for the term, their AP scores, if they're in an AP class, their performance is going to be measured by their success of the class. So my comments about making sure that they're learning the content is more important than the grade. That's going to show in those AP exams. So I want the instructors in this district to be helping the students who need high scores in AP to be working with them to be successful in what they learned. And to me, that's more important than the GPA grade, because there's other measures for academic success, including those AP exams.
Trustee Miller, Trustee Mack.
Quick question on the survey, Chris. I'm just trying to get some statistical significance, if I could. The number of responses in each of the three groups, the students, the parents, and the staff. Do we have that handy?
I have the total number of responses. The total number of responses was about 2,500. Okay. It was predominantly parents, with a slightly smaller number for students and then a significantly smaller number for our secondary instructors.
Okay, just kind of gives me some color, that's all.
Yeah, thank you.
So basically, I agree with Chris. There is no right answer here. I mean, this is, there's potholes in every single option we look at. And as well, I also came into this, like a lot of folks, thinking choice is the way to go.
It's 9 o'clock.
That was me. Sorry, that's my computer.
And now I can see how that won't work. I can see all the reasons why it doesn't work. And Amy, you really nailed it and really brought it home for me. So thank you on that. But really, I also want to say that I totally agree with Chris's assessment that the UCs and the CSUs are going to be able to pass this. They're good at this. They know how to do this. Having my third kid go through this right now, I know the process in the state. They're very good at working around these things, and they're going to look at the trend. They're going to look at the grade before and the grade after, and then they'll figure out that the trend is right. However, we're not just the UCs and CSUs. There's a lot of colleges in this country. And for us to say emphatically that every single college is not going to pay attention to this, I can't say that. And now I know it because we've been talking about it with some of my son's colleges. Not that this really affects him because he's already been accepted. And it's true enough. They are going to look at a C differently than an A. Some of them are. And for me, that's enough to give me pause. So really, I'm starting to really feel that we need to be very careful about one thing in particular, and that is March 14th forward, we cannot differentiate. We've already, that ship has sailed. We went credit, no credit. And on March 14th, I would venture to say the vast majority of our students went into cruise control. They stopped pushing because they knew they're just credit or no credit. For us to turn around and then turn grades back on, we're going to invite a whole nother disaster where all those kids that went into cruise control are going to say, hey, wait a minute, what about me? So what I'm trying to get to, whatever we agree on, for me, the most important thing is March 14th forward, everybody's treated the same. It's just where we're at.
Okay, Trustee Gasson.
So touching on that though, and one of the things that Trustee Millerick had mentioned was to focus, instead of focusing on the grade, focus on what they're learning and content. And I would agree. I've seen parents that I've talked to, you know, some of the kids genuinely want to learn. My kids, I haven't specifically told them that they're not being graded, but they still want to do their work. And there's other kids that are like that. And there are others that are like, if this is credit or no credit, they're not putting effort. So we've kind of lost, by doing that, we lost traction on doing what we're supposed to do, which is educate those kids. And having that grade not be there is creating a change in how successful those kids are going to be. For those that just feel like their work is, it's not just about learning, it's about getting that grade. One of the things that, actually I've lost my train of thought now. It was something that you said, Trustee Mack, about, I hate it when this happens. I have too much going through my head because I've been talking to too many people. Is for me, the decision that was made created I understand why it was made. I just think that it made it so everybody else just wrote not everybody, a lot of people just wrote off the rest of the semester. So what do we do? And if we're going into the fall with the same potential of not being able to do everything at the school site and being remote, then what? Then what do we do? I see, okay. So I see Chris's finger. Because that is where I'm headed to, is that we have to come up with a system. And if we get some of the things that were identified as being issues, getting those fixed. I actually remember what I was going to say. There's money, for those kids who are not able or have stopped or took a little bit of a break for that period of time that we were doing or are doing credit, no credit. I know we were receiving funds from the federal government, and actually, I don't know if Yancey's around, but we are getting $610,000 from the CARES Act. And I was wondering if there would be an opportunity if we went back to grading for those kids who had a misstep because they didn't do anything these last few weeks, if we could potentially put money into having tutors or getting them back up, and we can hold off having those final grades at some point, and that they could make up the time that they've lost as an opportunity to not having those kids be set back because of a decision that was made a few weeks ago. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I have a couple of comments about that. I think one of the things that I'm hearing that has been the most shocking to me in this whole conversation is that the reason our kids chose to disconnect was because there was a shift to a credit, no credit model. And that makes me think about a couple of things in a pretty serious way. One, if the only reason kids are participating in their education is to receive a grade between grade 6 and 12, we've got a way larger problem than this decision that we need to make, because that is a problem in our society if that is the case, that kids only want to learn because they're going to get a carrot of an A at the end of the quarter. And if that's our problem, if that's our situation, that's what we need to be spending the next year on solving, because that is not healthy. And it's not acceptable to me as the leader of this educational organization. I also want to talk about, I hear repeatedly that the reason that kids stopped attending classroom was because we announced that we were going to shift to a credit, no credit model. That happened a month after we started digital learning. And what I heard for that whole first month is that we're having a hard time getting our kids to connect with digital learning. So to place that at the door of me making a decision around credit, no credit is just simply a falsehood. I mean, we can place blame where we want to place blame, but that's not accurate, that the reason that kids checked out was because we made a credit, no credit decision. And I hear that repeatedly. I hear that across our community. The fall, we will return to learning in the fall. We do not have clarity yet about what that's going to look like. When we look at the restrictions that are currently in place, which involves 12 children in a cohort and kids not intermixing, we have a hard time seeing how that's going to work at the middle school and how it's going to work at the high school. And we can probably find some solutions how there can be a mix of blended and digital learning, how that could work at the elementary school. We anticipate that those guidelines will change somewhat in the weeks to come. And in the meantime, we will be getting a committee of educators together to start working on some different scenarios for what a return could look like in the fall. Regarding this spring, this is crisis education. We shifted from the traditional model of education that we've had in place for 100 years, the factory model. And we shifted overnight to a virtual learning model that is crisis education during a national pandemic, something that hasn't happened in this world in the last 100 years. And that has rocked our world. That's rocked our families' world. It's rocked our educators' world. It's rocked our children's world. They are dealing with stuff that no child has ever had to deal with. And as that has its impact on society, we can come up with a plan that allows us to assess kids in the fall, that can take into account these things that we're struggling with. We couldn't do that overnight on March 13th. We couldn't flip that switch and have it be ready to go on the following Monday. And that's where we're struggling with. And kids are struggling with connecting to their learning for countless reasons, one of which might be credit, no credit.
Trustee Mack?
Yeah, I just want to react to Chris. So first off, Chris, you actually just kind of made my point to a certain degree, because it's true that our kids have not had, and our teachers, actually, just make it clear, our teachers and our kids are going through a massive experiment right now, and they're all learning on the fly. And to hold them accountable to the high standards of whatever they had before is difficult at best. So that's one reason why I say differentiation March 14th on is, in my mind, not feasible. Two, with regard to kids shifting into another gear, it's a matter of degree. The kid that had a B plus was pushing to get that A is now going to settle for that B plus and still learn things, but they're not going to get that A they thought they'd get. And if we all of a sudden turn it on and say, oh, sorry, you got the B plus. Well, wait a minute, I would have pushed it harder, get that extra credit to get that A. That's what we're talking about. It's a matter of degree, as well as the kid who's, barely passing and he just needs that little bit to get above it. I'm not talking about shutting down and just not showing up. Absolutely. They want to learn, especially the topics that they love. But it's about that there is competitive grades. These guys fight for their grades. They do. I got 3 of them. Competitive studiers, they do it. They learn, but they also take their grades very seriously. That's all I'm trying to say.
I agree with the last part.
Trustee Nell?
Sorry, got on mute. So just a process question. I understand this portion was meant to be clarity on the report and how the decision was chronologed and so forth. I'm wondering if I know we have some public comment, and I have some opinions on the subject as well, but I think I'd rather wait to hear what the parents and students have to say. Perfect.
That's where I'm headed. Okay.
Sounds good. So here's what we'll do. We'll do the Chris and Ellen show. We'll let Ellen start. Again, this is us flatly reading the public comments, trying not to bring the emotion of the document into the paper. As Debbie pointed out earlier, we have about 20 minutes for these comments. So I'd appreciate it if somebody could start. Debbie, if you could start a 20-minute timer.
Yep.
And Ellen will start, and we will switch off and see how far we get.
Okay.
Okay, the first one is from Ksenia Krajeva. Hello, I hope this finds everyone well and safe. I'm writing because I feel extremely disappointed, angered, and defeated with the recent grading change NUSD has chosen to implement. The credit, no credit, or what you guys now want to do as credit incomplete, completely devaluates any junior student and puts them at an immense disadvantage when applying for colleges. It is not what any student, parent, or teacher voted for as a majority when the survey last week was taken. What to do with grades is a choice you're all making, and currently you're making the choice to throw away a semester of homework, tests, quizzes, opportunity, hard work, tears, effort, confidence, and ability to show improvement. I hope you take students that have poured their hearts into this year when making the choice to do what to do with grading. The option to show grades is clearly a superior choice. Students who feel remote learning has put them at a disadvantage and decreased their chances of success can still opt to show pass-fail. That is the option should be there. But those who have spent countless hours striving for competitive second semester grades that will have an impact on admissions to college should be allowed to opt and show their grades. I hope you consider the entire student body, but specifically juniors, and how your decision directly impacts us and our mental health, since grade is all we have been taught to prioritize. You.
This is from Chu Ling Tang. Why can't NUSD adopt either one of the grading systems that Tamalpais Union School District or San Rafael City Schools District decided? The two grading decisions that these two school districts use definitely put all students with different backgrounds in mind, which includes students who continue to work hard to improve their grades during remote learning, as well as students who are struggling during this time. If the credit, no credit grading is ideal, why are our neighboring school districts not adopting it? And why do so many of our NUSD students and families go against it? We are an inter-district transfer family that admires the inclusive school community that we find here. However, the credit, no credit decision that NUSD has made during this unprecedented time has made us reassess how we feel and how the district is not supporting all students, including those who have been continually working hard throughout the academic year and into our online learning platform. Despite the current lack of resources, our students persevere, and please do not undermine their hard work. Thank you.
This is from Michael Janiak. Every student deserves the opportunity to earn their grades, no matter the circumstances. The humane, inclusive, and fair thing to do is to implement a system for grades that allows students an option. Choose to receive credit, no credit, or choose to receive a letter grade. Our students are counting on this. Their futures are riding on this, and the most recent survey clearly shows that most parents and members of the community support this approach. Other local school districts like TAM Union and San Rafael have moved in this direction. For Novato to somehow ignore this reality is unconscionable and calls into question whether our local leadership is up to the task of truly creating an inclusive and equitable district.
All right, this is a longer one, so I will set a 3-minute timer for this and see if we make it. Hopefully we will. This is from Joyce Collenbrander regarding spring 2020 grading. Grading is a complicated subject. Add a pandemic to the equation, and now it is even more complicated with no solution that accommodates every district. This can be seen from the many different grading approaches that districts throughout California are taking. Moving to credit, no credit makes sense if all of California was doing this. However, many districts are opting to keep grades, so moving to credit, no credit can put our college-bound students at a disadvantage. NUSD should find a solution that will accommodate all our students and listen to our local community stakeholders rather than focusing on studies and research done outside our area. I believe that the NUSD community should have a voice since we are the ones who interact with our students daily. Many feel that voice was given through the online survey. The survey received over 2,500 responses, which is amazing considering the survey was only open for 1 day, and NUSD high schools have approximately 2,500 students. This shows that a majority responded to the survey, and the results should be taken into consideration. The poll results clearly show that the vast majority, 70 to 90%, favor a model with a grade option. The credit, no credit model received minimal support at 6 to 32%. I am concerned that stakeholders have voiced their opinion, yet their voices were not taken into consideration during the review process. The committee was shown studies and research that were done outside of Novato and for the ideal situation where districts would follow the same model of credit, no credit. It is not clear if the committee was able to read the comments from the survey. Those are the local voices that the committee needs to hear to understand the impact that this decision is having on our students. The committee went through a methodical system focusing only on the negatives of the other models until only a credit, no credit option remained. This looks like a planned manipulation to make sure that only one outcome would be possible. The majority of teacher and parents voted for a choice model. I would hope that our teachers and parents who are in direct contact with our students would know what is best for our students. The process seemed rushed. There was no time for the committee to go back and reflect on the information they received during the meeting and conduct their own research. Grading is a complicated matter, but college admissions is also very complicated with many moving parts that vary greatly depending on the colleges. Like many colleges are still in the process of defining their admission criteria for the next year and said that this may not be finalized until the summer, so we must consider the impact to our college-bound students. NUSD has put a Chromebook in all our students' hands, and companies throughout Novato offer free Wi-Fi hotspots. With all these resources, Novato students are ahead of many others in California. We are not like all the other districts. We are unique, and I'll go ahead and finish this up, and need to listen to the needs of our stakeholders in making decisions that impact them. Many do not know the content. I'll get to the last sentence. I hope that the trustees will take into consideration the personal stories that you have received, as well as look at the comments that were entered into the survey in making your decision for the spring 2020 grading.
This next one is from Jennifer Story. Credit, no credit is only equitable for everyone if it is federally mandated and every school goes that route. Otherwise, it creates gross inequities for our students when competing not only with students whose schools goes with grades choice, but even when competing against their own classmates. Here is a real world example. Student A had a C in math first semester. They worked hard and as of the shutdown brought their grade up to a B+. Their transcript will now read C, credit, no credit. Student B had a B in math first semester and is a B as of the shutdown. Their transcript will show B credit. Student B is at an advantage while student A's hard work is lost. This will create a disadvantage for student A when competing against their own classmates. Now think about when student A is competing against a kid from San Rafael High who chose grades. The San Rafael High student's improvement is recorded and their grade is part of their GPA. Now imagine the impact on GPA if the class was AP statistics and the San Rafael High student benefits from the grade bump. This will create a disadvantage for both student A and B when competing against students in our same county, other counties, and other states. While admissions directors are anecdotally telling principals the semester won't count, it will. When they need to weed out applications, GPA is one of the first ways to do so. Students at San Rafael High will certainly be at an advantage. To pretend that is not the case is frighteningly naive.
Okay, I will again set a timer for this one. It'll probably be close to 3 minutes. So this is from Kevin Bartram, and this is regarding high school grades. I hope you and your families are all doing well during these challenging times. Your ongoing time commitment and leadership is much appreciated by the Novato community. I'm writing today about the grading policy established by the district. I communicated my dissatisfaction with the pass-fail approach to grading for high school students and then had a constructive exchange with Superintendent Koska. I appreciated his support and research that was conducted to come up with what his team felt was the most fair way to proceed with grades, though I still respectfully disagree that this is the most fair approach for all students. With the issue coming back around and a large number of parents expressing their concerns with the policy, I wanted to circle back and share my perspective as well. I understand the desire to be fair to underserved students and to make sure no one is penalized by the distance learning situation in which we find ourselves. Pass-fail seems totally fair for those students that need the boost and the benefit of the doubt. However, I remain very concerned and opposed to the approach for those students who want to utilize the grades they earned through hard work and focus over the course of the third quarter. My son is just one, and I'm sure there are many other compelling stories, but he's my son, so I want to share his experience in the first semester. He worked hard to earn all A's in all of his classes except AP Euro, in which he fell 0.10 short from an A. He was frustrated and determined to get that grade up, so he made serious effort to understand where he needed to improve and then proceeded to focus and deliver the level of work needed to get his grade up, while also improving his standing in other classes. By March, he had all of his grades up to an A-, or I'm not sure if that's an A and then a hyphen, so we'll just say it was an A. Then the shutdown hit. Given that we were told no students would be made worse off than how they stood at the time of the shutdown, we assumed the March 13 grades would hold up. No one knows how this period will be judged by college admissions departments. However, it would seem that there would be no downside for kids to be able to show their grades for the quarter prior to the shutdown and for those grades to be included in their GPA. Not allowing this is unfair to those students who did the work and made the effort before the change took place. And that is my main point. While I get the desire for fairness to those who are economically challenged and who should have an opportunity for a pass-fail arrangement, not allowing students to retain their grades is totally unfair to them. If students are given a choice, as was recommended by Mary Jane Burke, all would be treated fairly and our students would not be the guinea pigs for this test of how grades will be considered for the coronavirus generation. I strongly recommend that the board support student choice and allow all to be treated fairly and equitably in these unprecedented times.
This This next one is from Maria Johnson. Parents of NUSD signed a petition that collected over 1,000 signatures requesting a review of the policy in lieu of the fact that San Rafael and TAM school districts adopted completely different policies that are much more equitable for all students across the board and would not jeopardize GPAs for students that are gearing up for competitive college admission applications, including high-tier academies, universities, UCs, and CSUs. After studying the summary table of the NUSD survey for students, parents, and educators, the survey was prompted by the petition. It appears that NUSD is taking actions contrary to the results of the survey. It is very disturbing that neither parents nor students' voices were taken into consideration in second semester grading decision, and it is very demoralizing for me as a parent of a hardworking student. It is also demoralizing for any hardworking student. As a result, this grading decision will bring down the GPA of all AB students and will not take into consideration their AP grade bump that they diligently worked on. It is unclear to me how equality plays into place when you penalize and ignore the students that worked very hard and continue to work hard during the time of quarantine. I cannot comprehend the concept of equality when any hard worker is being punished. If nothing else, it seems that MCOE should adopt a universal policy for all Marin County schools so that NUSD students are not singled out. It is amazing that the principal of Terra Linda High School in San Rafael was able to realize that the pass no pass, or currently for NUSD pass incomplete, is non-equatable system and reverse the ruling in favor of choice as per the results of the survey. We have not heard from San Marin High School principal unless I missed some communication. The data that Mr. Koska bases decisions on lack any foundation and therefore is quite speculative. We have no idea how college admissions will be considering the grades for this semester. As we are all well aware, the first cutoff for colleges is GPA, which the proposed system is intentionally lowering for high-achieving NUSD students. I sure hope that one of the models adopted by other Marin County districts in the end will prevail for NUSD students. I am planning to write to the California State Board of Education. The state or the county should be adopting the same policy across the board. I hope the MCOE and the Board of Trustees advises NUSD to adopt this policy similar to TAM or SR districts, which seems to satisfy the majority of parents and students.
All right, this is from Lauren Romaine. This is regarding grading. I do not agree with Chris Koska and the committee in regards to grading. Most major school districts in California are doing a universal A for the spring semester. To be in alignment with no harm done to children during the pandemic, as well as equal opportunity for all, I feel this is the best solution. Not every student has access to the same resources or support at home, therefore giving out a complete or incomplete is not equal for all students. Also, what about the students with IEPs who no longer have supports they normally would have on campus? I'm asking the board to vote for universal A's for all students.
This is from Kim Hodges. Grading should be in line across the county. Our students will be applying to colleges that will see TAM district students with GPAs that have A's averaged in for this semester, putting TAM students at an even greater advantage over NUSD students. Despite admissions policies during this time, they will choose to admit a student with higher grades on their transcripts than the ones with a grade of credit. As a public school, it is your responsibility to be in line with the county.
All right, this is from Brenda Zahn regarding grading in schools. It is so important that students be allowed to receive the grades they've earned this semester. It's especially important for high school juniors who have been working so hard to show colleges their work ethic and abilities in this highly competitive world. Also for AP students who take those classes hoping they can earn the bump. They're putting in extra effort just to earn credit. Our kids are dealing with new technology in a very complicated situation, and their perseverance should be rewarded. Teachers are still giving so many assignments and maintaining high expectations in the virtual classroom, all while students don't even get to receive the grade they've earned. Complete/incomplete grading renders all of their work pointless. Imagine this playing out in a workplace where workers are expected to put in full days for free. Please consider instituting a system where kids who've earned good grades can have that reflected on their report cards. At the same time, it's important to make every effort to provide options to the kids who are struggling. Possibly they could opt for credit, no credit, if circumstances warranted it. We can't let all our kids' work and perseverance come to nothing. What kind of message does that send?
This one is from Kristen McAndrew. I believe our students should have the choice of CNC or improving grades for spring 2020. This is most crucial for juniors in our high schools. This gives those who are already doing well the ability to choose grades and compete with others in the country for spots in college for 2021. And those who are not excelling for whatever reason, the ability to pass and move forward next year. UC's response to 2021 admission states if your school offers a choice, choose the grading option that most benefits you for each course. Quote, admissions to UC campuses is highly sought after and will continue to be just as competitive, unquote. AP students will benefit with the extra point. My San Marin grad 2019, now freshman in college at Cal State School, just received 52,000 plus applications and accepted only 18,000. There were 12,000 freshmen rejected that had a 4.0 or higher. Do you really think they're going to read all the issues of that many students? And that's just one California state school. Our students need grades to compete with others from within and out of our state to have top college choices.
Chris, you're on mute.
I must have unclicked it, saying thank you. This is from Robin Strom. This is about grades are essential. You have a great responsibility to the students during this extremely disturbing time. It is but a small blip in a student's overall schooling. If students don't want to take a grade, they should not have to. But for real equity, all the students should have a voice. And for those who want a grade, it is your responsibility to provide that option. Don't bail out on this very important decision for the entire school district. Please consider those students who have worked really hard, including AP classes and testing in their high school experience. There is a rumor that you are going credit, no credit, that students who don't like their grades will file a lawsuit against the district. Is this true? Please take the time to include this in your discussion and final decision making.
This is from Philip Story. The New York Times tackled this issue in an article entitled, Should the Virus Mean Straight A's for Everyone? Unfortunately, I did not see this article listed in the supporting document sent by Mr. Koska. The line that stands out to me as a California public school parent reads, quote, the University of California system, one of the largest in the country, has said it will not penalize applicants who do not get letter grades this semester, but it will still consider grades from those who have them, unquote. And that right there is why grades need to be a choice or the only option. Grades from this semester will be considered. This is on the record, and therefore grades and GPA from this semester count. Taking them away from our students will put them at a disadvantage.
We have about a minute to go. You're on mute, Chris.
How do you want me to proceed, Debbie? I have one that looks like it's probably 2 minutes, I would guess, and then a stack of shorter ones.
Let's finish that one.
Okay. So this is from Chris Carter. A no vote on credit. The subject is a no vote on credit incomplete proposal. Instead, give the student a choice of grades or credit. To the Board of Trustees, as students' entire academic career is based on choice to choose to work as hard as possible or to mail it in. For some, where learning comes easy, they can choose to accelerate or not. For those of special needs or circumstances, they can choose their path with the resources made available to them. To this, our entire grading system is based on choice. How much work or effort a student applies is based on choices, and the grades received are a direct and tangible result of that choice. Better yet, as a safety net, when choices are being made that the educator sees as dangerous to the student, the educator can choose to intervene to the benefit of the student. To that, I would encourage all to read what is the most accepted version of the educator's Hippocratic Oath. Within it, the 15th covenant, the 5th covenant states, I will inspire all learners to be and do their best. I do not work to achieve minimum proficiencies, nor am I charged with teaching to the lowest common denominator. Learning is an iterative process, and I will work to instill that inner discourse within each student. By taking this Hippocratic Oath, the educators are given the choice of how they wish to teach. In summation, I encourage the Board of Trustees to vote no to the current proposal of credit incomplete and instead recommend a solution where the student can choose to keep their grades or choose the credit option. Our entire system is based on choice, much like the election you all went through to win your seats. Allow the student to win their desired position by giving them the option to choose. You will be alone in granting the choice. You will not be alone in granting the choice option, as many other districts, including Petaluma and TAM, have already done so. I understand the desire of some in the NUSD to take out the one-size-fits-all model, perhaps out of fear of liability. To that, I again cite the covenant read from the oath, where we all are not charged with teaching to the lowest common denominator. The choice model solves for equality. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
I'm muting myself here. So we have completed the public comment for the 20-minute allotted. We're a little bit more than halfway. Board members, do you want to hear more public comment, or would you like to go back to a discussion? How are you guys? I want to make sure I touch base with you and make sure you're good with what we heard. Or
Well, I think we agreed earlier that we would listen to 20 minutes.
right.
And so I don't think we want to change that, but I'm certainly, it's up to the consensus of the board.
Okay. Well, I'm not hearing none, so any change in that, we'll stick to our 20 minutes and we'll bring the conversation back to the board. Is there any additional comments? Anybody?
Yeah.
Trustee Now, then Trustee Miller.
So I would like the trustees to consider the choice option. But before I get into too much detail of that, I think it's important to start out by saying that I think that, based on the timeline, the circumstances of this once in 100-year plague or virus or whatever you would prefer to call it, I think that the superintendent was called upon to make a decision, and he did, and that's quite frankly understandable. People are in a crisis mode. There's people wondering what to do. How should we proceed? And we pay Chris the big bucks to make these decisions at that time. And essentially, I think his intentions were well focused and on the students. After that decision was made, the board agreed that we should have a further study of the issue. And so we asked him to convene a committee of staff. And I respect the work of all of our education professionals and the work that this committee did. And I think the process that they went through was thorough. And as you go through the narrative, it's completely understandable. And the perspective and the outcome is easy to understand. And quite frankly, being a difficult decision as this is, and then the size of the impact it's going to have on the number of students, I can see where there might be some disagreement on what we should do. I do have some problems with the recommendation. I hope that we were all listening to the public's comments, because it's a perspective that's outside of public education. What I like to think of as living in the real world. And I don't like one size fits all solutions. And I would like the board to consider and discuss a little bit more the possibility of going ahead with a choice option. I know that Santa Fe City Schools is proceeding in this method, and for everyone on the list that is going with a one-size-fits-all option, there's just as many school districts that have decided to proceed with grading. So this has been it's a difficult circumstances for all of us, and it's a difficult decision, but I just feel in my heart, honestly, that the best thing that we should do for our students in our community would be to provide a grading choice option. So I will not be supporting the superintendent's recommendation, and I hope that we could have a little bit more discussion amongst ourselves and try to come, after hearing what we just heard, and possibly come up with a better idea.
Okay, I have a lot of hands going up, but I had trustee Millerick was next. And then trustee Mack.
Yeah. So I have a question for the superintendent. As I listened to the letters that were read, the focus seems to me to be that I heard, the issue that I heard that is that if you're taking an AP class, then your course is based on a 5.0 standard. And if you're trying to basically earn a grade point average of 4.5 or higher than a 4.0, higher than a straight A average in some system, then this matters to you. Because none of those letters talked about somebody not in that situation that I heard. And I also heard, I didn't hear anybody talk about the being prepared to take an AP exam and getting a high score on an AP exam. It seemed to be very focused around this one measure, this grade point measure, and not how you did compared to other Novato kids or did you learn anything, but how this metric works against other schools someplace else in the United States. Did the committee look at that issue or have conversations around that issue that you could share with us?
Yeah, I could talk a little bit to that.
You're a little bit vague, quieter, Chris.
A little bit better?
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay. We talked about what the impact of this decision would be on a student with a 4.49 GPA. How would this affect their overall GPA over the course of their 4 years of high school? And essentially, the impact of it is 0.01 per AP class taken during that semester. So if a child had a 4.49 GPA and they were taking 3 AP classes, their grade point would drop from a 4.49 to a 4.46 GPA. That's the net effect of this decision for our highest performing student in our system. And as I mentioned in the presentation, colleges are aware that some high schools give higher grade point averages than other high schools. This has always been the case. This will always be the case before COVID-19 and after COVID-19. And they take that into consideration when they are doing their application process. Now, Ross, you talked about the comments that we heard. As you trustees know, you get a copy of all of the comments that are presented. Some of the comments come in and they say, we don't want ours to be shared. And all of the positive comments about our decision to move towards credit, no credit, were not shared publicly because the authors of them did not want to have their position be shared publicly, but did want it to be shared with you. As is normal in making a controversial decision, the voice of the people who are against the decision is always louder than the voice of the people who support the decision. You know, I've gotten plenty of emails of support from community members who say, thank you for making this decision. This is going to be the best thing for my child. So I just, you know, I can't read those out loud, but those exist, and you have some of those in your stack of comments to the trustees.
Debbie, 2 additional comments, and
okay.
One is more than a decade ago, way more than a decade ago, I had the privilege of sitting down with the admissions office of Stanford and the admissions office of UC Berkeley over at the Marin County Office of Education. And they came in with other trustees and leaders in schools, talk through the process of you know, a truckload, a 40-foot trailer backs up with the college applications and they have to deal with them, and how do they go about the process. And it was very informative. And the point that the superintendent made, which is they handicap school districts based on lots and lots and lots of data over many years, is absolutely the case. That is, the grade you get isn't the score that they compare you on. So the process is way more complicated than any one course. So that is a matter of fact. The other thing that I'd like to say as we have this conversation, there are families who don't have foods on their table because of this COVID event here in Novato. There are students who have great students and families who are suffering a lot, very, very, very large consequences to what's going on. And while getting into the university is important, that is just one of the considerations that this district has to think about as they serve 8,000 students and all the circumstances that affect those. I think we had a talk earlier that superintendent talked about being able to serve breakfast, lunch, and supper to drive-by students because they need them in their homes. So while this is an important issue, I want to remember we have lots and lots and lots of, we have 8,000 students to worry about in this process. So thank you, Debbie.
Trustee
I'll
Mack,
listen to the other comments.
and then I had Trustee Gaston.
Muting myself, sorry. I want to go back to Paul's comments. I completely agree with the spirit of what he's saying, and also am inclined to not support the credit no credit, and support some form that incorporates the grade up to March 13th. However, I came in, as I said before, choice, and the more I hear it, the more I'm convinced it's not a good move. And really, ultimately, he nailed it on the head. Talking through that case, there's options, makes it crystal clear that the child opts for credit, no credit, despite having great grades, but had to, because of economic reasons, effectively hard against the child who opted for it. So for that reason alone, I would vote for choice. And my real, where I'm at is universal pass with an A from March 14th on. I need Tamalpais because I see there's value also in some consistency across this county. I really wish that the state or even the county that we could all align on. And for that, if I'm to choose one of the two places in place between Swell and TAM makes the most sense. Also, is no downside for any of the populations of kids in our district. There is risk of inflation, but it's one semester. It's going to be looked upon just like the no credit would be looked upon in terms of with clear understanding of the situation that drove it, and we get back to work. And also, I'd like to just get this and move on. We have so much stuff to do. This needs to be, we need to just take care of this. But that's my thought.
Debbie?
I had Trustee Gasson. Trustee Gasson.
Sorry, as I'm muting. So this is obviously there's so many different opinions on this, and I took all of the information I got from Superintendent Koska. I looked at all the links. Then I went out and talked to different community members because I just really wanted to get a broad perspective of opinions. And we've got all, the letters have been mentioned that we received during the course of the last week, hearing the letters tonight. And, I even talked to the special ed group that I belong to get their perspective, PTA members, teachers, staff. I try to cover it all. And within all that, nobody was hitting the same thing. In fact, I think Trustee Mack, you were breaking up quite a bit, but it sounded like out of the options that you would be willing to pick is the, was it the universal A? Is that right? Yeah, okay. So, I'm sorry?
Yes, that's
okay.
correct. The TAM.
That was actually the only, I only got a little bit, but from all the people, I probably reached out to about 40 different people that I know from different spectrums. The results were similar to what came back in the survey. There wasn't a lot going for the credit, no credit. The universal was, there was a couple people that. So my question is, and from listening tonight, it sounds like the issues with, I I'm leaning towards choice, only because I think that gives, in my perception of everything I've heard and learned, is it gives the opportunity for those kids who are doing well to try to continue to achieve. For the kids that are struggling, the opportunity to just choose credit or no credit. But what I heard, and I just want to confirm this, is some of the main issues with that option presented that stood out the most was the statement that the colleges want something simple. So having us have different choices, it makes it more complicated for those colleges to do assessments. And on the other side of it, and actually it was helpful to hear from Trustee Millerick about seeing the process, because my concern is that everybody knows we are in the middle of this pandemic and we are all doing something a little bit differently. And it would be great if we were, I guess, what is it, Oregon that has made the selection to do everything the same? That would be ideal. It makes stuff so much easier. You're from Oregon, this is what happened, whatever. But the inconsistency and the fact that when kids go to those schools, every school gets to make their own judgment. We can say, hey, they're going to treat it and not have those kids be, viewed differently, that they'll have the same opportunities. But I just wish that there was some way you can guarantee it, and you can't. On the other side, with the reasons for the credit, no credit, I'm just wondering, again, I know we have a short amount of time, how we can address some of those. And I think that that's how you do the option of the credit, no credit, that there's no access for some students still, which seems like that's been fixed. Then the inability to assess, I hear that loud and clear, that that's hard. So I'm wondering if we take a model like we're presenting, if there is any way we can make it work a little bit better to make sure that we are meeting the needs of all of our students. So.
Okay.
So Diane, you mentioned a couple times that there was a question in there, but I'm not sure what the question is in there, and if you wanted me to address it or if it was just sort of a rhetorical question.
It was just, I guess, just confirming what I heard. I was just restating what I heard. And the biggest thing was, like I just said, the colleges, that they wanted something simple in the assessment.
Yeah, so I can talk to some of the other issues around the choice model, and I'm happy to have Amy and Jen chime in as well, because they've been doing a lot of research on this as well. So let's visualize some different students. So you are that high performing student. You're that high performing student that is when you're tucked into your desk, this is your learning model. You are knocking it out of the park. All of a sudden you have all the resources at home. You've got the beautiful bedroom, you've got quiet learning space, but you suffer from extreme anxiety brought about by change. And all of a sudden you're in this new model. You can't see your teachers, you can't see your friends, and you are expected to continue to perform at that high level. You're not used to learning this way, and your stress and your anxiety and your depression is starting to freak you out. And, this model takes away that harm that's happening to that child and gives them a chance to just take a deep breath and move on with their learning. Another problem with the choice model is that, and this is the choice model based on continuing to be able to go up, which is the one that most people selected. Another problem with that choice model is the students who were doing great in class. I mean, they were on that cusp, right? They were on the B minus, A minus cusp, and all they can perform after that is below a B minus cusp. But if they would have been in class, they would have been able to get to that A, but the new learning environment keeps them from being able to get to that A. They had a month of no connectivity. They live in an apartment with 6 people. I mean, so this is people across the socioeconomic spectrum that are having a problem accessing this learning during this time. And that doesn't take into account any of the challenges that have arisen when it comes to assessing. All of the challenges that we talked about that make we could throw darts at a wall and give kids grades at this point. And we don't know if they're gonna be accurate, but they might be as accurate as the ones that we're gonna give them on this final semester's report card. So, you know, I mean, we could make the center really big and have that be the A, and that could be our universal A target, you know, so there's more likelihood that we're going to hit it. But, you know, so I hope that helps to address that question.
Do you mind if I chime in here, board members?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I haven't been able to put my 2 cents in. So this has been one of the most challenging things that I've had to deal with being on the school board. Outside of having to do, we had a charter school trying to come into the district, and I did more homework on that than anything. And I did a huge amount of this, and I know we all did. I looked at districts across the US, we looked at everything, what was going on. I tried to do my due diligence of doing my homework. And our world has been disrupted. We're not in the status quo anymore. There's eventually going to be probably a new normal at some point. So it's a mess, basically. Every district, every county is choosing different grading options. And so the colleges are going to be dealing with multitude of different things coming at them from different districts. And there's no perfect or right decision at all. No matter what we make, it's not going to be the perfect one. And there's everything that Amy, Chris, Jen, and our committee has done has been the right thing. Forming this committee, looking at all the consensus, there's nothing wrong in that. And whatever we end up, there's nothing wrong with the recommendation that came forward from that committee. It's the right thing to do. It's absolutely right. It's where we should be. It's what is concerning to me is this collaborative effort that should have occurred in this county. We should have came to a collaborative decision in this county and process this grading situation that way. And it didn't happen. And so now we're stuck in this situation where we're flailing trying to figure out what to do next. And other districts have come out with their idea of what they think is the right path. And so now we're here trying to make this difficult decision. So, and I looked at it from the student perspective, and I want to acknowledge that there's some concerns, with their grade. I understand that their grade is not going to count. So now they got this credit, no credit, and all of a sudden the grade that they worked hard for is like, poof, it's gone. You don't have that grade anymore. It's going to show up as a credit, no credit, or a credit incomplete. I get that. I looked at that from their perspective as well. And I know these college applications, I have 2 kids, one who graduated from Cal Poly, one who's in college right now. I've done the college application process, and it's crazy. And we have students right now we have students that are doing great. They're moving along, they're doing fine. But we have students that are now become homeless because of this whole situation. There's health issues, there's financial issues, there's access issues. I get that. And that is concerning to me. And the loss of learning and the gap that this is going to create for next year and beyond is one of the most concerning things for me as well. What I am hung up on, what is bugging me the most, and why I am leaning towards choice, believe it or not, and I'm credit, no credit should be the answer, but I can't get there. And the reason why is because our students rely on these grades. That's all they know. They think about the grade, and that's what's important to them. And the CSU is putting out there, we'll consider credit, but a credit, no credit will not be included in the high school GPA. The UCs, a pass or a credit grade will meet the A to G, but the pass or credit grade will not be included in the GPA calculation. And you get no extra point in GPA for AP courses. That was out there. So those 2 things are driving me crazy. And that is what I cannot ding a student from, I feel that that's harming those students where that is important to them. That is harming those students. And I get it. I understand it from their perspective, because that grade that shows up on their transcript is extremely important to them. It should be, yes, it should be the learning. It should be the learning that they are getting should be the most important thing. And so that's where I am. It has nothing to do with the work that Chris did, nothing that the committee did. I'm blame it on the UCs and the colleges and the way this is rolled out. I mean, it's not right. And so I am opting for the choice of giving students a choice of their grade, but I am not inclined to give them a grade that they've earned beyond March 13th. That's not right, because you do have students who have no capability of be able to getting that grade up or get that grade that they want. Students are unable to do that. So there's no even playing field there at all. I mean, we're in a situation that is not right. So I would give them the grade. If a student wants a grade and that they had on March 13th, a teacher can give them a grade on March 13th, give them the grade, let them have it. And if a student doesn't want that grade, they can take a credit or an incomplete, whatever, take a credit instead. So I am leaning towards that right now. I'm open to options, but that's where I am.
Hey, Debbie.
Trustee Aguila and Trustee Nell. Or Trustee Mack, were you waiting?
I was just gonna say one thing, not opinion, but you're pointing out to me that there's a whole different flavors of this that we're gonna, if we go choice, we're gonna have to figure out. So just put that out there.
Yeah, Trustee Aguila.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is a tough one. But I'm aiming towards choice. At first I was, with the credit, not credit, thinking, everybody would be, this would benefit a lot of the people by doing this. But the more I got feedback and the more that I like choice, and we're here about giving student choice, and well, we're here to guide them as well. But in this case, I'm leaning towards choice.
Okay, Trustee Nell. And Trustee Miller. Trustee Cooper.
Yeah.
So just first, I wanted to make sure that none of us mean to pigeonhole or to focus on one particular type of student. I think that the comment was made that these letters were only coming from smart kids or something along those lines. And I can tell you firsthand that this is affecting all of our students throughout the district. I've spoken with kids in middle school and even elementary school who are not, going to be in honors and advanced placement, but their grades mean something to them. There's also the aspect of you have to have a C average to participate in athletics. And I can tell you, as a coach back in the day, many times when we would lose students, they would drop out of school if they couldn't stay in athletics. And that's a thing that I want to prevent from happening, because many of these athletes do step up in the final quarter of the year to pull it out. So I think we need to talk about all of our kids, not just honors and advanced placement students. I want to, I heard Trustee Milberg talk about truckloads, and just, I don't want you to date yourself, Ross, but I can guarantee you there are no more truckloads of paper backing up to university applications. My professional experience with how search engine optimization works and query data searches and essentially algorithms and how they're written and designed to seek out answers for people. And admissions people are using these programs and they're getting data back. And so what my point on this is we should be focusing on what we can control. We're talking a lot about the state should do this, the county should do that. There's a lot of different ways to proceed. So we can't control any of that right now. What we should be controlling is our kids here in Novato. And we can make a decision to put forward a decision that includes some kind of choice so that students of all kinds can get a grade. So that would be my recommendation, is to come up with a system for choice that a student could improve on. And I think that's what's best for our kids in our community. And I hope that focusing on what it is that we can control is the most important thing. and to take seriously how things work outside of our world when it comes to search engine optimization and other data information. So that's what I'm looking forward is an option that includes choice.
Okay, Trustee Miller.
Oh, I teach students in data optimization, and you build the formula in so you know what districts do what, and you put that into the equation. So it's not quite the physical paper boxes that I've heard about historically, but you can build an equation that's a lot smarter. The here's my concern. We are now sitting at May 5th. Yep, Cinco de Mayo. We're halfway through this. We have teachers that are now going to engage students from now till the end of the academic year. I do not want those teachers to get focused on exactly a grade and trying to figure out how they're going to go back to March 13th and recompute a whole bunch of information that they probably didn't capture or didn't do. I think it is, first of all, I think it's not accurate. It has nothing to do with the students' ability or performance. The ability to capture that disappeared when we closed school. So whatever information you collect is imaginary numbers. They're not legitimate measures of the student's ability. So to think that we're doing some precise formula going forward is just not anything that's true. More importantly, I want my teachers in this district who teach these students to be focused on learning, not on some formula math equation that needs to happen. So given where we are and the decisions we've made, I will support the credit, what was it? Credit no, not no credit. Credit incomplete model, because I think it allows our students to focus on the issues that are in front of the students. And I would put a file in every student's jacket and send to every university our students apply for, said the policy that we followed and why we did it. Because we can't, those universities are asking us to make a judgment. And they're not asking us, those of us sitting in this room, they're asking a whole bunch of teachers who have plenty of problems already to try to make life and death decisions about students where they didn't even collect the data. They're asking them to make up imaginary answers because can't make up real answers anymore. I think that completely takes us off the subject matter that we should be working on, which is the academic ability of our students. So I think by adopting we give them a choice, basically opens up and creates this huge load on our teachers and asks them to do work that's really not that important. I think the important work is having students learn the content of the material so they can do well in the following years. So I like the credit, no credit model, because I think it allows our teachers to focus on what's important, and that's our student success. I think this is a red herring, this grade point model that we're talking about. I think you can do AP exams, you can send letters to your college, you can put cover letters on your application. There's lots of ways to make sure that the college application knows what they're doing. My job here is to make sure my teachers deliver quality educational content to the students while they're here in Novato. And I think we're off target. I think we're worrying about something that is somebody else's problem. I think we need to be focusing on our students' abilities. And I think we're being distracted by this whole topic. I think we need to make sure that they can be successful intellectually, and then they can write a letter to them, put in their packet with their college app. So I'm going to go support the credit, no credit model.
Trustee Cooper?
So based on the comments I made at the outset of this discussion, I'm going to support the choice model. I appreciate staff's recommendation, but I think that we need to give those students, and agreeing with Debbie, I would give them the grade that wherever they were at on the 13th of March. But I think that offers kids, everybody in the district, a choice. So if you want your grade, if it's important to you for a college application, whatever, you can do that. We're not going to change it up. We're not going to give you an A. I don't like that option. And other people can choose to do credit incomplete if that's what they want to do. So that's kind of where I am.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Gila, and then Trustee Mack.
Yeah, I just want to say that whatever happens tonight, I want to thank our superintendent for just having this conversation, because, you know, being vice president and with Debbie, you know, he could have, or we could have just said, okay, this is how it's going to be done. But superintendent and staff listen to the community, and I just want to thank you for this opportunity, and I have trust and I have faith that in NUSD staff that we will come up with a choice system that will work for all. So whatever happens, just thank you, Superintendent.
You're welcome.
Okay, Trustee Mack, and then Elizabeth.
Yeah, I just echo what Maria said. Chris, I want to say thank you for bringing this out, because it is a courageous conversation. It really is. And despite the fact that there's been opinions all over the place, lots of discussion, that's exactly what's come out of this. Lots of discussion. That this conversation by itself driven the equity conversation beyond, hopefully by a great degree. I hope a lot more people are thinking more about this issue, that their kid's situation is one thing, but we need to focus on the community. Everybody need to understand the challenges they face and how many that we have. So regardless of the way this plays out, that is important to me, because that conversation has been pushed to a higher extent than I've ever seen it, which is great. I want to focus on is I hear we're kind of leaning to it. Just want to really reiterate my issue with choice specific. In that, again, Amy's example strikes a nerve with me. If we allow choice to be one thing where, okay, kid can get a grade, that's great, but then there's the achieving kid who has resource issues, can't study anymore, now is left with really having to take a credit, impacts that child. And what I'm trying to say, why not do something instead of choice that's better? And that, give them the grade as of March 13th, and then give them an immediate, or just give them the grade as of March 13th. No, just cut it off and give them, and basically no harm from March 14th on, period, end of story. Then everybody is treated fairly, equity, and there are no stigmas attached to those children that are stuck with a choice, no choice, due to their economic situation. That's what I'm trying to push for. Basically, that's TAM, Universal Pass, or whatever you want to call it. It's March 13th with an A for everything beyond that. Yes, there's some grade inflation involved with that. That is the only downside to it. I'm willing to live with it.
Okay. I don't know who, Elizabeth, sorry, yes.
Hi, can you guys hear me? I'm just making
Elizabeth,
sure
can you try the, Elizabeth, can you try the, yeah, hopefully that'll work better.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, here's something I would like to share with you all. All right, so one thing I was looking at when I know we were trying to decide between, you know, all of the options, but the one flaw I personally see with the choice option is that we cannot value each student's personal resource and circumstance. If one kid chooses not to pick grade, they can be harmed, and we're supposed to follow throughout this entire state a no harm system. And the concern that I have is that let's say that there's a personal issue that the student has to deal with. Colleges can assume that the student ignored grades and care when this is not the case. And I have to stand for those students that basically are struggling right now, because I think that learning should be this for the sake of learning, and that is something we need to get across here. Public schools are flawed right now, and I think that we need to focus on consistency more than anything. If grades are the only thing motivating our children in schools, then I don't think a certain illustrious college would be the best option for them in the first place. They have to prove it to themselves. They have to show that they are capable of learning because they want to, not because it's spoon-fed to them. And I feel like one thing that I find really important is I have a student perspective from one of the most high-achieving people I know, also in my leadership class. And he says that we need to remember we need to remember the students whose extracurriculars are literally to provide for their family. Credit, no credit is in place. This allows them some cushioning. This allows them to take off that stress that they've been putting on in that time of crisis. We need to remember that this is a time of crisis. We don't want a hardworking student to be juggling online classes with providing for their family. Providing for their family should be number one. And that's what I'm going to stand by. I'm going to stand by my credit, no credit. And I think that a lot of students are on my side as well now. So please, you know, take my thoughts into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Elizabeth. It was hard to hear you, but we got the gist of it. I think, you know, I got the gist of it. So, okay. So where are we at? Did anybody want to, Trustee Nell?
You're muted.
Guys didn't hear what I said, I'm also going to be typing in the chat because I know my connection is spotty, so you can hear everything I have to say. I just think it's important. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Mike, I have a question for the superintendent and staff. Is if they were given direction to come up with a choice model, what would it be that they would recommend? What would be their second choice, I suppose?
I guess it depends on which, from my lens, and you're asking for from my lens, I guess it depends on which harm we want to do. So if we want to have a semester grade that represents about a month and a half of learning, then we should go with the choice model that just gives a fixed grade at March 13th. If we want to go with a grade that brings in all the concerns that Elizabeth just brought up and that I've brought up previously, then we could go with a model where students could continue to increase their grades over the rest of the semester, which, as many experts in the field say, equates to grading privilege versus grading ability. So I don't know. It's really up to the trustees I believe, up to the trustees to make a decision, because I think both of the options that I'm aware of are pretty flawed.
When did the third quarter progress grading period end?
Perfect timing. It's March 14th, wasn't it?
It was March 14th.
Well,
so,
that's not the third quarter. We don't do quarters. So that was the last, that was the
or the progress
report,
whatever it's.
Yeah.
The last progress report, yeah.
Was March 14th.
Yeah.
Okay. Trustee Gasson, and then Trustee Miller.
So going along with what you just said, Chris, about choices ends up to be privileged, because I interpret that because some kids still don't have access, or there's, and I understand, I mean, I'm having a hard time going through all this, you know, and I know partly because I know so many people are having a hard time, you know, either being sick, not working, mental health issues. So if we take a look at those things that kids may be having happen, or family situations, is there anything that we can do as a district to help uplift them to get a better grade? If those are the things that are keeping them from potentially getting a better grade, which seems to be the reason that choice option is not the first choice, is that it still doesn't allow those kids to recover if they weren't doing well by that March, whatever date is, and be able to do well. What can we do as a district to maybe try to help and support that? Is there anything that we can do?
No, I hate to say that, but the reality is we have students that are recently homeless as a result of this. We have students who have had to pick up jobs because their parents are out of work, and so they have opted to take jobs instead of focus on their schoolwork, because that's what they need to do to support their families. So, I mean, we are in an unprecedented time of unemployment in our country. They're saying that the unemployment rate is very likely to be greater than it was during the Great Depression. We had millions of people apply for unemployment overnight. We went from, 2%, 3% unemployment to over 10% over unemployment overnight. We can't address those challenges as a school district. These are society's problems. Congress and the Senate are agreeing on trillions of dollars of issues to address these problems, and they admit that they're coming up short at every turn, and that's why they keep going back. So unfortunately, we can't address the concerns that I'm speaking of in society today.
That's not exactly what I meant. What I meant was to help facilitate so that there's more access for those kids. We've already done well with trying to get the hot spots. If there's like if we can get a team of people to work with the kids. I mean, I don't know, thinking outside of the box and trying, and I know we don't have resources, but that was why I mentioned the money from before that we were getting for the COVID situation. I would think, I mean, we've been offering meals above and beyond where we normally would to try to help support our community, but I'm just trying to extend out to say, or I guess indirectly saying, it doesn't seem like it's a feasible thing from a perspective of where we are right now in picking a choice model and being successful.
I think that if we pick a model that's based on grading after March 13th, it has a set of problems that we can't possibly address. If we pick a choice model that is fixed on a point in time, partway through the semester, teachers don't build their instructional methodologies to have that grade be a final grade. That grade is a benchmark in time, and it is wild. It's going to be accurate for a certain percentage of the kids, and some kids are going to earn their way up from there, and some kids are going to earn their way down from there. And now we're taking away, if we were to choose that model, we would be taking that away from them, and we would be saying that tough luck, Johnny. You had a bad test the day before the progress report, and it dropped your grade from a B to a C minus, and guess what? You get the C minus. Even though if we would have stayed in session, you would have brought your grade back up. So that's the challenge with the March 13th model. And you guys, this is the process we went through with the committee. Is we continued to bring open-minded people that came in with a preference, and they were open-minded to the conversation. And as the conversation unfolded, they realized that the options that they thought were the best options were untenable options for a variety of reasons. And that's why your group of 14 educators in this district most selected by your teachers union, not handpicked by Chris Koska, and an administrator from each of your secondary schools, and 3 student leaders who are in touch and who understand the complexity of this work and the impact that it's going to have on their peers, all came to a place where they said, there is no great option here. The best option here is a credit, no credit model. And we don't love it, but it's the best option we can come up with because there are too many flaws with all of the other models. The only flaw we hear about with a credit, no credit model is a perceived flaw. The colleges that we talk to say, we can account for a credit, no credit system. We can assess a child's performance over their 4-year span and have this semester be a credit, no credit model. And they are still figuring out how they're going to do that. Because let's remember, on March 13th or thereabouts, all of our colleges closed their campuses and they shifted to digital learning, right in the midst of them doing all their acceptances for the 2020 freshmen. So this has not been their focus. Their focus has been, how do we safely take care of our children that are on our campuses? How do we switch to digital learning? How do we make sure we bring in our next crop of freshmen? And oh, now we're going to start thinking about the class of 2021. And so they haven't gotten this stuff figured out. And thank you, Elizabeth, for the great notes in the chat section. They haven't gotten this stuff figured out. They will get it figured out. And the commitment when we talk to all of the colleges or we read what all of the colleges say is no matter, they're saying spring of 2020 is a joke. There's grade inflation here. There's grade deflation here. There's grading here that we know is inaccurate because they didn't have the kids on their schools. So they're all figuring out how they're going to deal with 2020 and they don't know. But what they have said is, regardless of the decision made by your school system, we're going to do the best we can. We want a simple model. It's harder the more complex it gets, but you know, we'll get through it. So in the end, you guys are going to make a decision. We'll support the decision. We'll implement the decision. But your 14 educators and students all spent a lot of time on this, and they came to the recommendation that they did. So. I'm going to take a second to read what Elizabeth typed in. I think it's probably pretty important.
Trustee Millerick.
Yeah, I'm still on the pass or incomplete. And to me, the issue is what have we done from March 13 to now, which is almost 2 months. And there's no way to go back and help anybody pick up 2 months. Teachers were teaching as best they could with the tools they had. They couldn't get to some students. There's nothing we could do today or between now and June that could pick up that time that was lost. More importantly, that's probably not the most important thing for our 400 teachers to be doing for the children of Novato. There are students who are going to get evicted from their homes. There are students who are going to have power turned off. There are students who are going to have their cars repossessed. There are students who are going to have their income to their house go to zero, and they're going to depend on student meals that we deliver by maintaining our food service at campuses so they have food to eat. Unemployment in this country is going to run up near 20%. It's going to be like the Great Depression. There's going to be stories that are like, you know, my dad lived in the back of his car and sold fish that he went out to Bodega Bay to collect and then would sell it door to door just to make ends meet when he was young. That was, I mean, there wasn't any question about going to school. He finished 8th grade and went to work because things got awful. We're not in any kind of let's go fix the problem, adjust the dial, tune something up. We have families that are going to collapse. We're going to end up with suicides. We're going to end up with mental health issues. We're going to have levels of problem in our community. And trying to figure out how we're going to tune up a grade when what we've got is families that are going to be collapsing in terms of their economic reality is where we ought to be as public servants. Our teachers who are connected to those kids need to have relationships with them that allows them to continue to be successful human beings. That's where we should be focused. So I think the easiest way to pass this issue is to go pass incomplete. Don't pretend that we're giving grades that mean anything, because None of us in this room are giving grades. The person giving the grade are the teachers, and the teachers have told us in this review, they don't have the foundation to make a rational grade assessment because the students have not been there under conditions. They're more governed by the limitations of our system than the students' behavior. So magic imaginary grades are not valuable. And it points us at the wrong problem. We have a problem of family survivals in this town and across this entire country. This COVID thing is going to go down and it's going to come back up. Thank God for London Breed for stopping it when she did in San Francisco and Governor Newsom. But this thing is growing. And if you look at maps of the whole United States, they just switched the projected death toll from 68,000 to 120,000 and by August. And I don't think that's the right number either. I think when they open stuff up and they have places like meat packing plants or BART commutes, this thing is going to go out of hand. I think we're going to see 250,000 people dead. Our families need our support as a public agency. And I think we should be thinking about how we're going to solve that problem. And this, we ought to just say, pass or incomplete, put it behind us and get on to the task of how are we going to serve our community? Because we are the largest public agency in the city of Novato. We are bigger than the city. Fireman's Fund doesn't exist. We're bigger than the county. We are the foundational agency, and we have people who are employed who are getting paid because they're public teachers and they work for the state. We have a stable payroll, at least for this year. Other people don't. We're all of us sitting here are taking a paycheck. We're privileged compared to what's happening in the society. Look, we need to figure out how we can be leaders. And this grade conversation is a little part of the problem. We have a huge mental health problem coming our way. And we're going to have students that not only don't get into college, they're going to end up on the street living in a cardboard box with their parents committing suicide. That's the reality we're going to discover come next December or next school year. This is just the beginning. So I put this aside, solve this problem, get on to having our teachers start looking forward and understand the kind of support that they're going to be asked to deliver. They're going to be like the nurses in the hospital now are going to be like our teachers in the classroom next year. And we need to figure out how we can turn and face that problem. So I'm sort of done with this conversation. I want to do pass, no pass and be done with it and get on to the real issues that we have to address as a public agency.
I think we can all agree that we need to, there's bigger conversations to be had in this district. But there's a fair amount of us that are interested in the choice option. So I have to respect that. You're on mute, Ross. So.
Yeah, we're a board, we'll make a decision, but you know where I stand.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I do. So, I agree with everything that's most of it's been said. I can't hold kids accountable to give them a grade from March 14th or 15th on. I mean, that's just it's not equitable in any way. It's not right. We have kids in all different situations. They don't have access or they're dealing with the home issues and so many things. It's just not right. So, but we have kids who are like, you know what? I want a grade. And and we have kids who are like, I'll take a credit or an incomplete or a credit, no credit. And so I'm stuck on the college situation and what the UCs and the CSUs, the message that they've put out there has not helped me. They are not helping themselves. They are not helping us make our decision. It's become harder for me, at least, and how our students will be perceived and, and would I like them to say, as Chris said, I would like them to just throw out the semester altogether. They haven't said that. I have not seen that. I can't rely on that they're going to say spring semester 2020 won't be considered in the transcripts when the kids submit them for college. They have not said that. So I can't assume. So, if a student wants to get a grade, they are entitled to the grade on March 13th. That's it. If they want it, they can have that grade. If they would rather take a credit, they take a credit. A student that has a D or an F on March, I would take the credit. So that's part of where I'm at, and I continue to, I think that's what I expressed earlier. Trustee Aguila?
Yeah. So I'd like to make a motion that we move to the choice of grading model for the spring 2020 semester.
What form of choice, though, I think we need to express in your motion? You're just saying choice. I don't know what that means.
So the model, and if we want to alter that, whoever does the second motion can talk about that.
I don't even know what you're proposing to do. I'm confused.
Yeah, I couldn't accept that. Well, do I have, okay, so express your motion.
Well, the way I'm trying to reread it the way the superintendent said it, but we're changing the model. The way I'm changing the model is to move to a credit, instead of the credit and complete grading, to do the choice grading model. So out of the three choices, that would be my.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so we have a first. Do we have a second of that motion? I have to consider that. So I don't see a second of that motion. So that motion is denied, basically fails or denied. So now we go to discussion, and I have Trustee Mack and then Trustee Nell. And actually, Amy would like to chime in. I apologize.
Yep. And I do just want to advise the trustees that if we go to that choice model, we do need to educate children and families that at those really competitive colleges, they will have to justify that choice. Colleges will be able to see that we offer the students a choice, and then they will have to present a rationale to a college's admissions officer about why they chose credit or why they chose that grade. So I just want to be clear that that will need to be communicated if we go to that three-prong model.
Will that be communicated in the student profile?
We'll put that in the student profile, but we'd also advise families that are admitting those applications to include that, so that if there is some confusion about that choice, there's a nice narrative around that.
Yeah.
And that will adversely impact the students that take this.
Say that again, Trustee Mack. Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
That will adversely impact the students that make that choice. They made it for economic or some whatever reasons beyond school, beyond grades, and that's why I don't like the idea of having any kind of a choice between the two, because you're basically telling a student that because he took a job and his grades get to take pass, not pass, anyway, whatever it is, and he's going to be asked about that, or he or she. So that's why I'm going to make a motion now that we go with the TAM union, which is basically grade as of March 13th, with the grade book showing for everything beyond that, and then that's the final grade. No choice. That's just calculated. It's clean. It's uniform for everybody. Nobody is hurt by it. There's a little bit of inflation on it. I'm going to live with that, but it's the right thing to do for all of our students.
So Trustee Mack, for clarification, the TAM model, from what I understand, is the grade as of March 13th, and then everybody gets an A for the remainder of the. And then they average the two grades. They take the average. They average the two grades to get.
So that way, it helps the student who, and my two older ones were classic at this. They would be doing their thing, middle of the quarter. They figure out what they need to do, and then they do a big rush at the end, as well as, finals have a big percentage of grades. Chris pointed this out as well. The grade as of the middle of the grading period, not reflective of the entire scope of the child's education, because kids pace differently, teachers teach different. So really take the average of the March 13th grade and done.
Okay, because your motion is the take the grade as of March 13th, and then you stopped. You didn't say anything else. So that's your motion. Would you like to clarify your motion?
Cut off. I'm sorry, I must have cut out. Grade as of March 13th, and average it with an A remainder of the semester, just like.
Okay. Do we have a second of that motion? I don't seeing none, so that motion fails.
I'd like to
And
move the superintendent's recommendation. Let's see how we do on that. I'd like to move the superintendent's recommendation.
okay, so we have a first by trustee Millerick for the recommendation of the superintendent, which is the credit and incomplete. Is there a second? Seeing none, that motion is denied.
Thank you.
I do hope that people are checking out the chat bar. I know sometimes that's easy to forget, but Elizabeth has captured some of her thoughts in there, and unfortunately she can't share them verbally. So I hope you will spend a minute reading some of the comments she made there, because.
Can we all just take a second to read that?
Yeah.
It was hard to hear her.
And would you like me to read it? I've gotten good at reading today. So I'll read Elizabeth's two statements.
That'd be great.
Here are my concerns. We need to think of the students hurting in these times. We need to think of the students that are putting school aside to work 40-hour weeks to provide for their families. We are in a crisis. We must not let our own privilege influence our decision. The high achieving students will be evaluated fairly through the AP system and the 7 other semesters they have. We just have to focus on everyone right now and maintain consistency. As a member on the secondary grading committee, I have taken into consideration every concern. I believe that all of you should have great trust in Superintendent Koska right now because he has worked tirelessly to ensure this is the best choice for our community, and I will stand by that. I have faith in the college system to see that there's more to a student than a grade. We have to think of those in poverty right now. They are counting on us. That's the first comment, and then there's another comment that says, I would like to share a really good point from a high achieving junior and student leader at San Marin, Izagani Aquino. To combat the why should we trust colleges argument, colleges have always had track records for letting kids in based on context. This is why a kid in Compton whose school offered only 5 AP classes and he took all of the this is just hard to, sorry, it's hard to track in this little tiny chat bar. This is why a kid in Compton who took all of the can get into Yale over a student in Palo Alto who took 12 AP courses offered of 24 in his high school. We can trust the colleges with this decision. And I think that's it. So a couple of different student perspectives, both high performing students in our district.
Okay, so we've had some motions on the table. We've had 3, and we're still in a holding pattern here. Trustee Nell.
Well, in the testing the waters theme, the motion that I would like to make is that we adopt a grading practices similar to that of the Santa Fe City Schools, which would ask our teachers to pick up where they left off and provide our students with grades at the end of the semester. That's my motion. It isn't the TAM version. It isn't everyone gets an A. It's basically we proceed with to the best of our ability to educate our students and give them the grades that our professional teachers think they deserve by the end of the semester.
So Trustee Nell, can I get a clarification on that? Are you asking to pick up where they left off, adopt a grading practice similar to San Rafael? And
if they don't pick up, Santa Fe is not picking up where a student left off. They're continuing to educate and asking their teachers to continue to grade their students for the rest of the semester and provide their students with a final grade.
Right, okay.
That's my motion.
Okay, is there a second of that motion?
So do we have any consensus at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. So Derek, I'm waiting for you to agree with me.
Derek,
Well,
I would.
You and I agree on more than we disagree. You know.
I know we do. That's why I know you will finally come to your senses.
Derek, I would.
How can we grade? How can we have our teachers grade? Continue to grade kids.
Well, I mean, how are they doing it in Santa Fe City schools? How are they doing it in Petaluma high schools? How are they doing it in half of the schools?
Well, Derek, Derek, now you're coming into an equity issue. Yeah. Say there's the kids that don't have connectivity. Say, how about all those kids? Now they're competing with the ones who can connect to the internet. That's why I would suggest a motion based on the grades on the 13th of March. Not extending it through the end of the school year, because that's not fair to every student.
So
it grades our system of delivery. It doesn't grade the student. It's just an imaginary number we're going to give the colleges as if we did something sensible, and we didn't. We said, you know, it's how good was our system to deliver in the end, and that's what the student gets, and that's.
Yeah. I find myself in an awkward position arguing for grades, period, because as you may recall, I'm not a really big fan of the inconsistent process of grading, period, and I think far too much grading is behavioral based, and there's a lot of issues around it. But I am concerned about how things work outside of Novato, and I want to give our kids the best shot as possible. So, seeing that we don't have really enough consensus on anything, I will state that I will vote for the superintendent's recommendation before I vote for a choice option that doesn't make sense. And I do not support everyone gets an A. I do not support taking the first progress report grade and averaging it with a artificial A at the end. So if we are not able to rely on our teachers to continue to provide grades to the best of their ability to all those students who are participating to the best of their ability. I'm not saying that we're not going to do anything for all of our students. Those in need definitely need help, and we should find ways to serve them.
We should.
So I will offer up, if there's no consensus for that, then I will support the superintendent's recommendation.
And I'll second that motion.
I don't think that was was that a motion?
It was not a motion.
That was not a
motion, and now I'm going. Time out. Time out, everybody. Time out. Trustee Nell spoke. I'm going to go to Superintendent Koska.
If you guys could think of the one school teacher / leader in our district who's likely to jump out of bed, throw on some clothes, and drive to a board meeting, who would that be?
Yeah.
Who would it be?
Are they there now?
It would be somebody from Olive School.
Dennis Davis.
Dennis, yeah.
Dennis Davis. So Dennis just shared with me
we're all crazy.
That he believes that the choice model has the potential to negatively affect students in sports. And I asked him to explain, and he said that credit, no credit is a clean way to calculate if a child is eligible or not. If they can pick and choose credit and no credit, it becomes much more confusing to assess whether or not they should be eligible or not. So that he just wanted to make sure that was part of the conversation. So.
I thought it was Fran Rosoff.
Yeah, well, Fran would also. I definitely agree with you on that. So one more wrinkle.
You know, based on all I'm hearing, we should just go with March 13th. That's the compromise I'm hearing. Be done.
So let me ask a complicating question, because this isn't complicated enough. If we are to move forward with a choice model, which I don't think we're there yet, but if we get there, then we need to make a determination if we allow kids to choose individually or if they have to choose all of their classes.
Right.
So just one more wrinkle.
So I neglected to say at the start, because my head's just all over the place on this, but I strongly believe in the principle that you hire people to make the best decisions that they can based on all the information that they have and their experience. And so my original default was to the credit, no credit, or credit incomplete. And so I'm in line with Trustee Nell in the sense that if we're not, I'm prefer doing the choice model, but I would be willing to do the credit, no credit, to get to a place where we can reach some agreement on that.
I have a question.
I'll make a motion to do that. Superintendent's recommendation.
Hold on, Trustee Gila.
Yeah, Trustee Nell, just wondering the difference between the first motion that you made versus superintendent's recommendation. Can you phrase that motion again? Just for the record.
He didn't make a motion.
Yeah, I haven't made a motion. I would prefer the no credit incomplete over what I would consider to be a bad decision on the type of choice we would offer. I think that it's complicated, but essentially, if we don't, in my opinion, do it right, then we should do the safer fallback would be to go with the no credit incomplete. And I'm not sensing a lot of support for a model similar to that of the City of Santa Fe schools at this point. So unless there are trustees who are interested in exploring that option in more detail, I would ask the president to try to build a straw poll or build a consensus to see where we're at.
I could just chime in for a second. So
Sure.
When we were kind of talking, I think we were all tolling in our head what was going on in terms of where we were. And basically in my head, take me out for a second. So the other 6 trustees, I had us at 5-1 choice versus credit, no credit. And it seems to me that 5-1 now is falling apart because no one knows how to define choice. And I get it, because like I said at the beginning, there's a lot of ways to define it. And I know, Derek, you've tried, but I know, Debbie, you were saying you were in favor of choice. Do you have a thought on what you would propose? I know you're not in the habit of making a motion as a president.
No, I just said that I understand to say that we offer the grade up until the 13th. Allow that student to have that choice to take that grade. They can take it.
Or credit, no credit.
Or credit, no credit. And I understand where Amy is saying where they have to justify why they chose.
Mm-hmm. That's where I'm at. That's why I go to the TAM thing.
But you know what? I can't give them a grade from I know the teachers you said are grading still, but we have students who are in situations who may have had a B at March 13th, and now they're in a situation where they don't have control of that grade and is now fallen to a D.
Yep.
That's not fair.
That's
Say, okay, now you're going to get that D because you haven't turned anything in, but you're in a situation you have no control of.
But wasn't it the idea that you would get that grade and you could improve upon it? So that was the model I liked, is that you could, although I understand the limitations, that if your circumstances were such that you had a bad grade and there was no opportunity to do better, then that doesn't seem right then. Right. But you could also, to that point though, is if you had a D, you could still continue to try and do better. I just think in my opinion at this point is that I think that is a model that probably could have worked a few weeks ago, but I'm feeling from what I'm hearing from the staff and from other input that I'm getting in other ways right now is that it's going to be hard to recover. So we've kind of had too much time in between going from credit, no credit to now maybe trying to backtrack, it's going to be harder. Whereas it might have been more doable 3 weeks ago.
Right.
At least that's what I'm hearing.
I agree with that. To say, okay, now you can start earning the grade we can't go backwards. So to say to the student, you can just take your grade you had on the 13th for your college purposes or whatever you need that grade for. So on your transcript, you will get a grade and it'll be the one on the 13th. Or if you're uncomfortable with that grade, you don't like it, you take a credit, no credit.
Debbie, do you feel comfortable making a motion?
Ay, ay, ay.
That's the most articulated motion I've heard yet, besides mine.
Yeah.
I'm trying to read the San Rafael one, because I said, you know, when I told you I was on board with this credit, no credit, and then my mind went in different direction. Theirs is students will have to receive all grades or all credit, no credit. So there was no choice. You can take all your grades you can take all grades.
Also, all 6 classes that you're enrolled in, one
Or
way
you
or
can
the
take
other.
credit, no credit, but you can't combine them.
Yeah,
that's fine.
And this is given the opportunity to improve their grades and to receive credit for classes. So that's what Trustee Nell is talking about. They have an opportunity to improve their grade.
But can they make it worse? Because
no, I don't think they can make it worse, but they can improve it if they want to.
So these are all the things we need to explain to the colleges in the in the profile, and they have to subjectively determine what all of that
they have to build into their model. If they know we're giving away A's, they're going to build a bias into their model against every student from Novato and drive their grades down. So you give a little bit here and they get wind of it, it's going to disqualify students who would have otherwise gotten in. And you don't know how that model works because every university is going to be different. You guys are playing with fire.
But that doesn't say that. I think that's a model. It would do that, not with this. It wouldn't be that you would be deflated. You would earn it. You've earned something.
The colleges will bias the systems against us if they think we're inflating grades.
And if a grade can only go up and it can't go down, guess
It's
what
inflated.
we're doing?
It's
All right.
inflated.
All right. Well, if you end up on that section or if they're on that, I would rather do it all or nothing. Not let you pick and choose. That's just too complicated. So that's where I stand on that.
So Debbie,
we're sitting here trying to give our students an advantage in a system we have no control over, and they're adjusting it against our bias. People are accommodating what they hear in the paper or see in the data coming through. And we have no idea the consequences of what we're doing. The right thing for us to do is we don't know how the student's doing, so we should just be silent. We should do a no credit or no or
incomplete.
Yeah, incomplete. We should not build a time bomb.
So Ross, the student who has worked, you know, who says, you know what, I have this A and I really want that A on my transcript. We have a lot of students who want that, or a B.
Well, in an AP class, they want an A.
No, there's other students though. Let's not just assume that it's all the AP. And I know that's probably the majority of the letters we got are that. But a student who got an A, B, C, and says, I really want that grade on there. I mean, the survey does say kids want the letter grade. So now we're telling them, you know.
Well, I have students that retake courses to get A's. I have students that do that do work for an instructor, a teacher, and they get letters that they put in their portfolio that show they did extra work. There's all kinds of ways to excel in the college process and learn content that are not just a letter grade. I mean, we're acting like this is the only thing they could possibly ever do.
Because that's the situation right now. I think I'm dealing with what we're up against right now and how the colleges are looking.
I mean,
I fully agree that the grading and putting grades are, it's a mess. This has opened up a whole other can of worms.
A recommendation letter from my high school chemistry teacher to a university would be more weighty than a grade.
Ross, hold on. I just want to clarify, in the Santa Fe policy is your grade can go down.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not the fear of inflation is not, as previously stated. They have circumstance analysis that allows a grade to go down if a student doesn't participate or is deemed to be deliberately performing poorly, I suppose. I can't read the language exactly while I'm talking, but it wouldn't be fair to say that their system doesn't allow a grade to go down because it would.
Well, but let me ask you a question. So you got a kid that's got an A on March 13th.
Right.
I had lots of A's in the middle of the year. Sometimes they ended up as A's, sometimes they ended up at B's. The San Rafael model does allow for grades to drop, but that is addressing one very, very specific thing. It's addressing kids who choose to not participate.
Right.
So yeah, if you don't participate, it goes down. But what if you show up for 1 or 2 classes? What if you do the absolute minimum, you jump through the hoops, your grade doesn't go down? That is grade inflation, and it does need to be explained in the school profile. And the one thing we hear from every university official, admissions official we talk to, is the more complicated your school profile is, the harder it is for us to make a decision, and the more likely that is to negatively impact your students' applications. And so let's just hypothetically, let's talk about, we're going to go with a choice model based on the grade at March 13th, and kids can opt to take all credit, no credit, or grades. Now we've got to explain that. So we have to, so the school profile typically says students receive an A, B, C, D, or F at the end of the semester. A D counts for credit towards graduation, but a D or an F does not count towards A to G compliance, period. That's what it says. So now we need to say all of those things. Then we need to say grades were picked based on the grade that students had received on March 13th. Students had the ability to increase their grades over the period between March 13th and June 11th. Students' grades could also decrease, but they could only decrease if students did not fully participate in classes. You know, and so now they've got to take all of that and fit that into their algorithm, because that's what they do. That's what they tell us they do. They look at the school profile, and based on the school profile, they build an algorithm for each high school, like Izagani shared with Elizabeth. That is what they do. That's how they level the playing field, because schools have never been consistent across a district, let alone across a state, for how they give grades. Colleges are looking at transcripts from around the world. Do you think that Russian transcripts look the same as ours, or Chinese transcripts, or Japanese transcripts, or Austrian transcripts, or, you know, all transcripts look different. This is what they do. They are professionals. They have trained for their life to do this, and they do it every day. And we are discounting that expertise because we don't understand it, and because society has put so much pressure on 3 numbers: GPA, SAT, ACT. And those are important in the college process, but colleges know how to adjust for these things, and they're gonna particularly need to do it with the spring of 2020.
So I'm hung up on, they haven't expressed any of that. They haven't completed the sentence of, you know, the credit, no credit, or credit incomplete will not be included in your GPA. But we will holistically look at, you know, I haven't seen that. And that's what I'm hung up on. Otherwise, I'm in with credit incomplete.
So my memory from 20 years ago, when I watched the registrars process this paper, their example was some town in East LA, and they had 20 valedictorians at this campus. So every one of the 20 students was valedictorian, and the college was holding it up as an example of just how people thought they were getting away with something, and they had the school district's number. They knew there weren't 20 valedictorians. There's 1 valedictorian, and so basically that everybody who was a valedictorian got thrown out because it meant nothing. So, you know, the registrars understand the game, and the simpler, I put Chris's point, the simpler it is, the more likely our students will be successful. Otherwise, we'll get built into that biased system and get thrown out. And the students who had nothing to do with this will lose just as much as the ones that do. Every one of the Novato students will suffer. We just won't see it. We'll spread the stink over so far that no one will be able to find it.
Understand
that doesn't help our kids.
So Debbie, I want to read something to you from, it's a letter from the University of California, the CSUs, the California Association of Community Colleges, and AICCU, which I don't remember exactly what it stands for, but it's the group of private schools in California that includes Stanford, Santa Clara, and the Claremont colleges. So the high performing private colleges. So it says, California's K-12 and higher education communities are committed to helping high schools and community college students overcome university admissions and placement challenges presented by the suspension of in-person instruction. The State Board of Education, California Department of Education, California State University, University of California, California community colleges, and independent nonprofit colleges and universities have been working together to understand and address the heightened concerns of students and families and the conditions during this time. As described in the guidance from each of the sectors, the State Board and CDE have identified means to support a range of distance learning, strategies for flexibility and grading, guidance for adjustments of local graduation requirements. And it goes on and on. And what they are saying is, we are coming together to work to solve this problem. So this is talking about what you were just talking about, Debbie.
Right.
They
Right.
don't get into the specifics. They don't know the specifics. They said, we are committed to this work. All of us universities together are committed to this work, and we're committed to getting it right. And we can't just flip a switch and say exactly what it's going to look like everywhere, but you need to trust us that we're working on this and we're aware of it and we're working on it together. So that's a letter from
I want to believe that. I have a hard time.
Well, but that's the problem is that we identify clear problems with all the other solutions, and yet we're considering them because of a perceived problem that the colleges are saying we're going to take care of because we don't trust the colleges.
Well, because I know how competitive it is.
This is look, I have a high school senior at home.
Yeah.
I have a college sophomore that's at home instead of where she's supposed to be. I've been through this too. I remember we're talking about a 0.01 effect on a student's overall GPA over the course of their high school experience. Nobody is talking about the advantage that these junior students are going to have next year in the college application process. Who can share with me what that advantage is?
Interesting.
They don't have to take the SAT or the ACT. Yeah. My kids would have loved that. That would have served them. They would have been right to the top of the list, right? So what I want to do, I want to get us past this decision, and I want to get us to a point where we can start putting out information to parents about this is how you can help your junior child to improve their holistic application for college to increase the likelihood of their becoming accepted. I'd like to start shifting our work to things that help us move forward instead of continuing to bog down in this discussion around grading. But I also understand the importance of this decision. I understand the strain that this puts on each of you as trustees, because you're elected by our community to make these important decisions, and you need to represent them. I just want to make sure that we're making the best decision thoughtfully, understanding the impacts of these decisions. And what we keep saying when we say, I want to go with this choice model, is we come back with, well, these are the problems associated with that choice model.
Yeah, it's the one that has the least problems. That's
right.
Basically.
But we can't, and this is the same process the committee went through.
Yeah.
So it was an interesting process, because by the time I held that committee, I had decided that there was no way we were going to come forward with a recommendation for credit, no credit. So I went in that meeting with an open mind, assuming that it was going to be something else, and the committee was going to be wise, and they were going to be sage, and they were going to come up with a recommendation that was going to hit the sweet spot. And as we went through that meeting, the committee members continued to themselves rule out idea after idea because of the flaws that that presented themselves. And the one issue, the one option that doesn't have a whole lot of flaws is the credit incomplete model. It's simple. It's understandable by colleges. Colleges have said they're willing to work with it. It is an equitable model. It doesn't take into consideration the privilege or the circumstance that a child is living in. It does, I'm gonna be honest, it does negatively impact the grades of kids like my kids at home. GPA, if colleges choose to look at it in the worst possible light. So if colleges ignore everything that they've said they're gonna do, and they look at it in the worst possible light, it will affect a very, very 4.5 GPA kids grade point average to the net of 0.04.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to make the difference between whether or not they get into college or not. And that's the worst case scenario.
So
Amy,
Debbie,
can you speak to the comments that we're hearing of with Novato going to credit, no credit, or credit incomplete? That puts my child at a disadvantage with everybody else in Marin County, let's say.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of educational research groups that have looked at the same problem that have, you know, much better extensive experience and understanding of policies and practices, and they're all coming out recommending that the safest place to land is credit, no credit. We included some of that in the board policy, but I don't. What they're telling us is the more convoluted the solution is, the more complicated the algorithm is that they would have to code for each and every district. And so the more that we get into these, you know, multiple threads and this and that, the more likely we are that universities will just kind of not bother to build the algorithm that meets our intent, and will just kind of nullify that. And that's a big reason why a lot of the researchers are saying that the strongest place to be is the doorway that the universities have offered us, which is credit, no credit.
I think that's why I don't lean towards the San Rafael or the TAM, because it's kind of convoluted in a way, and there's a lot of explanation in there. So that's why I landed on let the student have an opportunity to have that grade, and just go with the third or the progress report grade. And then we kind of meet in the middle. I feel like I'm meeting in the middle. I'm letting them have that grade.
Is that a motion?
Yeah,
I got two staff members giving me the evil eye right now. The smirky smile. Don't even go there.
So, Debbie, we have another choice. We're trying to figure out how to make sure Novato kids in general do better overall, not any one particular kid. We could put a program together and publish it that says we're going to do summer school or some kind of mitigation for this corona process that allows students to come back and do some extra work and make that part of our district, and let them put that in that packet saying that we have an AP makeup class, or I don't know how that might work, but we can bias the conversation by holding Novato out as an exemplar of how to do a better job of serving kids. Maybe. I mean, that's Chris is a professional here in the room, but I'm willing to try to sell that.
Trustee Mack, did I see your hand go up?
So you guys know what I support, but I'm not getting any traction. I didn't even get a second. So, but I want to be on record. That's the one I support. But in the effort to get this done, I'm going to make the motion that Debbie can, because she's the president, that we go with what she's talking about. Grade, a student has a choice between the grade on March 13th or credit, no credit.
For all of their classes.
All grades, not any one class, all grades.
And I'll second that.
Okay, so but first by Trustee Mack. I know Ellen's doing this, but I do the same thing, so. Second by Trustee Cooper. This is it's landing on the grade as of March 13th.
They might need that repeated.
Yeah, why don't you?
Let me write what I typed.
Just let me, so the student can have all grades as of March 13th, or they can have all credit, no credit. Is that the way?
Correct.
I wrote, Trustee Mack made a motion that students have a choice.
Slow down.
Sorry, I talk really fast.
Yeah.
Made a motion that students have a choice between all grades on March 13th, 2020, or credit, no credit, not credit incomplete.
As of March 13th.
As of, or credit, no credit for all classes.
So they can't have a combination is what I'm understanding.
Correct.
Right? Can you just say yes to that, Trustee Matt?
Yes.
Okay.
Credit or no credit, or credit or
You want that
incomplete?
to be credit incomplete?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Yeah.
you might
So
want
we're
to amend that.
amending the motion.
Yeah, and yeah, you're absolutely right, Tom. Thank you for that point. Credit incomplete.
So that the students still have the choice.
Yep.
So in our explanation to the colleges, that would be the explanation, and it'd be up to the student to explain that in their letters or their, whenever they get those questions, you know, you pick 4 questions or whatever, they would explain that in a way of why they chose.
Right.
As Amy has said to us.
Yep. And we can make that clear on our website and make sure that families are informed about that.
So I had the first by Trustee Mack, a second by Trustee Cooper, and so now discussion, I have Trustee Gasson.
So I'm just, because this is thinking of this new scenario, because it wasn't something I thought about really before. So if a student is, say, they're normally a straight A student, they got a B, March, whatever. So their choice then is to take that grade that is lower than they thought and roll that into a GPA or explain why they took credit, no credit.
That's where we're at. Yeah, that's why I was saying universal pass takes care of that problem you just raised.
If they got 4 A's and a B and they don't like the B, they have to give up all the A's too.
Yep.
Wait, what?
Well, because if we do it where that you take all, it would be all of your classes credit, no credit, or all your classes grades then too, right?
Yeah, so whatever's on your progress report right now is what you're gonna get.
So what Ross is saying though is if you did really poorly in a class, say, I don't know, some class you got a C in because you're focusing on the other ones, thinking you could make up the C to A.
I totally get. This is not perfect. I totally get that.
I wanted to just understand and not have.
And I have an addition also.
Elizabeth.
Yeah, no, I see Elizabeth's comment here. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, so let's do a different situation. So on February 28th, I came down with a respiratory illness.
Yeah.
And I wasn't able to go to school for 2 weeks. And so really my grade is based on February 28th, or depending on the teacher, I got zeros for everything after February 28th until March 13th. And so my grades are A, because those teachers were thoughtful. And over here it was C, D, C, because I had all those zeros and that's where I was. And now I can't make up the work because they can't authenticate that it was my work. So we've got to consider those kids too. You got to consider Elizabeth in the comment bar. She knows she's going to get that grade up, but this decision hurts her because right now she's going to have a C show up on her report card.
That's why I like Tim. That's why I like universal.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
You guys, I know how dedicated you are and how serious you are, like I am about this, but I cannot support this motion. I would rather go no credit incomplete than pick a poor choice option. So I will not, I'm just letting you know at this point, if there's anyone other that would support your original recommendation, probably what we should do rather than splitting the baby. The wisdom of King Solomon is splitting the baby kills the baby. So if we don't do it right, we shouldn't split the baby. We should then just make it clean.
I stand
And,
with Derek.
This is a tough decision, but I'd rather err on the side of clean cut and put something that seems like it's the right thing to do, but is in fact probably more unfair than any of the other options we've been considering. So I will not support this motion. So I'm not sure where the rest of the trustees are. Let's ask them.
Ross stands with Derek. I will not support this.
Right.
Yeah.
Do we have the motion seconded? I can't remember.
Yeah, we do. I could call the vote.
Okay.
Unless anybody else would like to express anything. Okay, so we have a motion from trustee Mack. This is grades as of March 13th. You'll just take those grades, or you'll get you can do a credit, no credit.
A credit incomplete.
A credit incomplete, sorry, that was an amendment to the motion. All right, so I'm gonna do a roll call vote. Trustee Miller?
No.
Trustee Nell?
No.
Trustee Gasson?
No.
Trustee Mack?
Yes.
And trustee Cooper?
Yes.
Trustee Aguila?
Yes.
And I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
So that is a 4-3. The motion passes.
Excuse me.
Yes, Elizabeth?
Elizabeth, before you talk, can we try, before you start, Elizabeth, can you try one thing? Can you do me a favor and log out of the meeting and try logging back in? Sometimes that helps. And I want to hear what it is that you have to say, but right now we can't understand you. So can you try that for me?
She can also call using your cell phone.
What would the number be?
It would be in the invitation.
Elizabeth, when she comes back.
Yeah.
What David is telling us is that she could also just call in from her cell phone and the number in the invitation. So,
her audio will be on.
Yeah.
That's more reliable.
Yeah.
But you don't get to see her picture.
Yeah. Well, she could do both. She could do that just for the audio also.
Correct.
No, whatever the invite is. There should be a 415 number.
Okay, she's here. I just got to let her back in.
Okay.
So she should pop up here.
Did it work?
Hey.
Yay.
We don't know yet.
Oh, mine is yay. Okay, well, I just wanted to say one thing, and that is, I'm pretty sure the student trustee members get a vote, a say in this, right?
You're absolutely right. And it will be recorded as a I think it's a provisional vote. It doesn't count as our final vote, but you can go on record. You're absolutely correct. So I will turn to Elizabeth. Would you like either a yay or nay with the motion?
I am a nay with the motion.
Okay. And Eva? No. Got the hand signal. So we have two preferential or provisional votes of no from the two student board members. Okay. Staff, do you need anything else? I know we have other things on the agenda.
I do just want to clarify for anybody that's watching is that given this preferential, these sort of 3 tiers, that the college-wise brief, which is included in the board agenda, does recommend that students, when they're placed in this scenario, to select the advantages to select the grade, even if it's not straight A's, you have an advantage in selecting grading given this 3-pronged choice. So we'll make sure that that's available on the website, but that's also contained in the college-wise brief on the board agenda.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. I know that it's not easy. It's part of our job, but it's no fun.
Difficult times.
Yeah. Okay, so let me get myself organized here. Give me 1 second. Moving on to the second discussion action item. This is 13B. This is me. And this is our 13B is a resolution. Number 31, this is 2019-2020. This is specifications of the November 2020 election order. This is something we do every 2 years when we have an election of the Board of Trustees. And so just a routine resolution that we pass that states the number of positions that are up for re-election. And we have 4 that are up for re-election for November 2020. And then in 2 years from now, we'll have the 3 positions up for re-election. So, or up for election. So we added some clarification on the front of this resolution that now that we're voting by trustee area elections, the 4 positions that are up for elections during election time, the 4 trustee areas are trustee areas 1, 2, 3, and 7. So that's something different.
So move to approve.
Okay.
Second.
So I have a motion by trustee Mack. Do I have a second?
By Millerick. Yep.
Second by trustee Nell.
Okay.
To approve resolution number 31, 2019-2020 specifications of election order. All those in favor, say aye or
Aye.
okay. Seeing everybody. Yep.
Aye.
Yep. Thank you. 7-0. So that passes. The next item is the resolution number 30. This is the 2019-2020. This is celebrating our classified employees. I see Jonathan popping up.
Good
There
evening,
he is.
Christine. Jonathan Ferrer, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Despite everything that you have all went through, there's actually over 300 reasons to celebrate this evening. This number represents the amount of employees we have in the district that represent CSEA, our classified workforce. These over 300 employees are spread over 50 different job classifications across the district, from supporting our students with instruction, supervision, transportation, and food services, to maintaining our facilities and infrastructure, to providing clerical, office management, and attendance support at our school sites, and to business, personnel, educational services, special education, and information technology support across the district, to creating welcoming library spaces, training student athletes, and facilitating restorative practices, and everything in between. Our classified employees make it happen across the district each and every day. Without them, our schools would not be able to engage, inspire, and empower. These over 300 reasons to celebrate have names such as Jacqueline Barnes, Janet Miller, and David Goodwin, who collectively have given over 100 years of their careers to our district as our longest serving classified employees. They also have names such as Jennifer Casper, Chanel Chen, William Parker, and Arib Sadat, who are our newest classified employees to the district, who we also hope will also give us over 100 years collectively of service. To all of them and the remaining over 300 CSEA employees in Novato Unified, we thank you. We thank you for taking care of our community. We thank you for taking care of one another, and we thank you for your service. I remind you that every CSEA employee is valued, has worth, and makes selfless contributions to our organization daily. And during these times in our pandemic, many of our CSE employees are our heroes, are our first responders. Members of our fans team and maintenance, operations, grounds, custodial have been leading our efforts in providing critical an essential service every day since our school closure. A special thank you in particular to our fan staff who have been providing meals at a significant rate to ensure our community is fed. In our fan staff, just a personal note, I see my own mother, who as a teacher in the Philippines gave up everything for a life here in America. When we immigrated as a single parent family to this great country, she no longer could teach. Instead, she held multiple jobs at once, including working in a cafeteria to make ends meet. I share this with you because I know many of our classified employees have a similar experience with similar children at home, like myself when I was younger, who believed, like my own mother, to just try and make it and survive. So to all of our classified employees, not only are you making it and surviving, remember you are also thriving. You are thriving as valued employees of Novato Unified, who we appreciate, who we honor, and who we see. So this evening, let us recognize our over 300 classified employees who are providing a culture of care, a culture of competence, and a culture of excellence to our organization. Trustees, the district recommends approval of the resolution before you, and we encourage our school communities to celebrate and recognize our classified employees during the week of May 18th in honor of Classified Employee Appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Again, you say it so nicely. I can't add to that at all. You spoke to everything that's so important to our classified staff and what they mean to our mission, our vision, our values, and how important they are in servicing our students, even though they might be not in contact with the student every day like a teacher might be. Any additional comments from trustees? This is a discussion action. We've seen a motion.
Jonathan was very well spoken. Thank him.
Yeah, very well spoken.
Jonathan, thank you very much.
Nice job, Jonathan.
Thank you.
And thank you, CSEA.
Yep.
Motion.
I'll move approval of resolution 30, 2019-2020.
All right, so we have a first by trustee Millerick, a second by trustee Aguila. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you.
Debbie, if I could interrupt before we
Yes.
move on to the last agenda item. I want us to consider a revision to the decision on grading, not to change the content or the meat of the agreement. But there's a group of kids that are going to be harmed by this, and I think we can easily fix it by changing the motion a little bit and re-voting on it. And those are the students that currently have Fs. Right now, we've created a scenario wherein if you had an F on March 13th, you can't do anything about that F. It's an F, and you get no credit, and we just got in the way of kids' abilities to graduate from high school. So I would recommend an amendment to the motion, simply so that it allows that students who had an F at the March 13th cutoff have an opportunity to increase that grade over the rest of the semester.
I'll make that motion. I'll make that amendment, but let's do it. Can we just do it as a separate and just?
I'll leave that to Debbie to decide how we do that, but I don't want to harm those kids.
I totally agree, Chris. Thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah, I think we can add a second motion.
Right.
I'll second.
So we'll add another motion. If they have an F, they have an opportunity to increase it over the rest of the semester. So that doesn't appear.
I'll go ahead and make that motion. Then,
I'll second.
Ellen, do you have the text you need?
So with the second discussion,
Yeah, that's what I'm going to get to, trustee now. Just want to make sure Ellen's got it.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing it up, Chris.
You're welcome.
So if a student has an F as of March 13th, they have an opportunity to increase that over the rest of the semester.
Yes, so I have that trustee Mack made a motion that students who have an F on March 13, 2020 have an opportunity to improve their grade in the second semester. Is that right?
Okay.
Not in the second semester, in the balance of in the balance of the second semester. They're already in the second semester.
Balance of the second semester during 2020.
Discussion before I call the vote.
yes, my goal, I will support the motion But I just, I think it's important to say that I think that it may be it may be required of all of us to be a little flexible regarding the decision that we made. I think there's some other issues that are going to come to light. So I would simply ask the board that as and if they do, that we would take them up and consider them on a one by one basis, because I think there's going to be some other issues that are going to surface. And I appreciate the superintendent bringing up this one right away so we can take care of it.
What do you mean by other?
Oh, it's late, Debbie, but
wait, but I just want to make sure we all understand what you're asking staff to do. I mean,
no, I'm not asking anyone to do anything. I'm simply stating that I'm hoping that the board will continue to be flexible and open to amending and dealing with the option that we chose tonight as we go forward.
Agreed.
Just a comment.
Okay.
But so here's the problem that I have with that is our teachers, our students need to know what the model is. And I understand what Derek is saying, and Derek is right. I mean, we have a couple of examples. We have one right here on our screen in the Brady Bunch group. You know, we've got Elizabeth DeRuvo, who shared with us that she's got straight A's and a C right now. She knows that C is going to come up. It was a result of something that happened early in the semester. And now she doesn't have the opportunity to bring that grade up, and forever on her transcript, she has that C. You know, we have another student who is at San Marin High School. He has straight A's every semester, all the way through. At March 13th, he had a B+ in one class. That grade is now an A. That kid's going to have a B+ on his transcript. And that's okay. I mean, that's the decision that's being made, and I support it. But we need to understand that by solving one problem, we're creating another problem. So, but I've said my piece.
So my comment, and I'll support this motion as Derek is, but we cannot put Chris and the entire staff in a well, make it up as you go model. We have to have something crystal clear. It has to be our decision. We made it. We have to own it and live with it. And he'll implement it reliably, just like he's done a couple of other 4-3 decisions. But we can't say, well, Chris, we need you to fudge here or fudge there. So it's not fair to him. It's not fair to the teachers. It's not fair to the students. 7 of us got to own this thing.
Right. So, all right, let me just make sure that so we had the first by trustee Mack, a second by trustee Aguila. Do we need to hear the motion again? Is everybody good? Ready to call the vote. All those in favor?
Yeah, well, this fixes the F problem.
Yes, yeah. Right, yeah. 7-0.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on to the last item.
Debbie, I just want to thank you guys for revisiting that. I appreciate it.
First reading of board policy 4033. This is lactation accommodations. This is a first reading, and typically we do 2 or 3 readings of a policy when they're first readings. So Jonathan, that's you, sorry.
Greetings, trustees. Jonathan Ferris, Assistant Superintendent Human Resources. Before you is a recommendation for our first read of a new board policy, VP 4033, lactation accommodation. This policy is supported by new law, SB 142, that in short requires employers to provide a lactation room or location other than a bathroom to express lactation in private, and to provide access to a sink and refrigerator in close proximity to the employee's workspace. This policy language before you is recommended by the California School Boards Association. Further, the employer will make reasonable efforts to provide these spaces as requested by an employee. These spaces may also be temporary due to operational, financial, or space limitations. The district has already initiated conversation on where these spaces and what resources might be needed to adhere to this new policy. Our maintenance and operations team will further assess district sites moving forward. This is a discussion action item. The district makes a recommendation for the read of BP 4033 lactation accommodation. I'm happy to address questions or hear any feedback.
Debbie?
Yes.
Does this policy require one a capacity on each of our 14 sites plus the warehouse plus like that? Is that the requirement? Yes, that was a yes. Okay.
Jonathan, is that?
Yeah, by request, an employee
adoption as
working
the
at
first
any of
reading.
our locations who might need this accommodation must be accommodated for. So if we don't have something existing and a request is made, then we will be required to create something, even if it is temporary for that employee.
Yeah, but you can be required to walk across the high school to a different building. You're not it doesn't have to be right. It's just one per site.
Correct. I believe we would try to accommodate as close as possible for that.
course.
I think that would be the right thing to do, but I believe we also can reserve our right to have it within reason.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so I make a motion to first reading for bring it back as a second.
Right. So first by trustee Miller, do I have a second? And then I can go to discussion. Second, trustee Gasson? Okay. Is there any discussion?
Well, I had a question that I forgot to ask. So as I was reading this on page 2, I mean, I'm totally in agreement with this and I understood the whole thing, except for the page 2 after the large red section. It talks about lactation accommodations shall be granted unless limited circumstances exist, fine. But then it says, then the next paragraph is before a determination is made to deny lactation accommodations to, it kind of jumped from granted to deny, and then it doesn't say why you would deny. And I couldn't find anywhere in here. So are there even reasons you can deny? I mean, I saw a little bit that said that if, you know, you have, I don't know, it didn't read really well. And I know this probably came from the attorney, but going through it as a you know, step by step, it seemed like it maybe needed to be tweaked a little bit.
Yeah, I don't believe the district is in any interest wanting to deny any kind of lactation accommodation. I think we will go above and beyond in providing reasonable accommodation to provide it. That language is specifically recommended by the California School Boards Association. So I'd have to double check with them on their intended language and how that was supposed to read.
Okay, it seems like an odd paragraph where it is. And then to me, it should be followed up with you can deny. I understand we would do our best not to, but if you're even going to mention denial, then what's the foundation that you could deny, if that makes sense? But that's all. It was just an observation and reading it. I felt like it kind of didn't make sense.
Okay. All right. I'm just looking at if I had any notes. Anybody else have any comments on this? Okay.
Yeah, I have a question on page 2. When it talks about the supervisor on second paragraph, well, it's actually the first paragraph, an employee shall notify the supervisor.
Yes.
So who's he referring to? The supervisor?
Yeah, so Trustee Aguia, all of our employees have an immediate supervisor, regardless of their classification. It might be technically a supervisor, it might be administrator, it might be the site administrator, it might be the principal, it might be myself or someone else at the district office. So all of our employees report directly to a supervisor, so they would make that a request directly with them.
Okay, so the individual supervisors of the employees.
Correct.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
All right, this is a first reading. If we have no other more discussion, I have a first by trustee Millerick, a second by trustee Gasson. This will come back for a second reading, potentially a third. That'll be the decision of the board.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Trustee Millerick, you're an aye? Yeah, okay.
I am. Yep.
7-0, and that'll move on to a second reading. Okay, that concludes our meeting this evening. And it is 11:42. Wow.
Good thing we're home.
Our next meeting for the Board of Trustees
I don't think Chris is home. I think Chris is sitting at the DO.
Oh, yeah.
With Ellen.
Trustees, our next meeting is March 19th. We will be honoring our retirees, and some students will be honored as well. So more information on that to come. So,
Thank
all
you,
right.
Madam President.
All right, no
This
sleeping at
meeting's
the
adjourned. Thank